we control a lot of the things we do. And so in terms of quality, we can really assure our clients that we are giving you quality and value for your money.
Hello and welcome to Business Moment on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Na Oyokote. Today we'll be talking about the real estate business here in Ghana. Don't go away, I'll be right back. Welcome back. I am at the Greens Estate here in Tema Community 25, and I'll be speaking to the Chief Executive Officer of this beautiful estate. Her name is Kiran Daswani. Daswani, I hope I got the name right.
Yes, you did.
Hello, Kiran. Welcome to Business Moments.
Hello, how are you?
Thank you
for coming to visit us and join us here at the Greens today.
Thank you for having us as well. How long have you been in Ghana?
So I moved to Ghana in 2014.
Okay.
And I started a company called Alubond West Africa, where we used to cater to the construction industry. We used to do facades, so glazing, curtain wall, cladding. Company from Dubai called Mulk Holdings. So that's how I came to Ghana in 2014.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So I think you've been in Ghana for, like, should I say, almost 10 years now. So I'm sure you might have had some favorite food of yours. What was your favorite Ghanaian food? Jollof, wache, kenke, which is which? Which one?
I love wache.
Okay.
I like jollof, and my favorite is light soup.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if that's a typical favorite, but my favorite is yes.
Oh,
I
that's
like
nice.
good light soup.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
That's nice. That's really nice. Spicy and all.
Little spicy.
Okay. All right. So then we are delving straight to business. We want to talk about the Greens Estate. What is the Greens Estate and what do you do?
So we actually founded the company in 2017. We came across a parcel of land that we acquired. And luckily we had no issues with the registration, the title, which sometimes happens to be a problem here in Ghana. Then an architect, when I actually first bought the land, we didn't really know what to do. So it was getting the architect, and he actually had a vision. So we had that as an option. We had reselling the land as an option, and we also had doing service plots as an option.
Okay.
Right? Because we were like, okay, this is not our trade. So we had three options, and we were very convinced with actually the architect's overview of what the estate could look like.
Okay.
Which was what you have visited today.
Oh, wow. So the plan was not to essentially start on the estate.
No.
Just wanted to acquire property in Ghana.
Yes.
Oh,
okay. We just thought, okay, real estate, whether it's land or finished product, it's always a great investment, because I do believe that real estate is tangible. So it's a real asset that you can actually see. So we just bought the land, and then from there we have come quite far actually.
Oh, okay. That's nice. So prior to starting, I mean, after getting the advice from the architect about starting a real estate, did you dream of having such a big space or over 100 homes or units?
Not at all.
Okay.
And I remember an architect in Dubai actually said to me, once you start being a developer, you will never stop.
Okay.
So it's like you will never look back. And I was like, okay, that stuck here. And where we are right now, we've acquired another parcel of land right next to here, another almost 6 acres, where we'll be building another 75 homes. and we are also doing a joint venture with ANC Mall. They are developing ANC Village in OEB. So there we're also going to be building a residential complex within the ANC Village.
Okay. And yeah, so from my research, I realized you guys have a good taste when it comes to housing. I mean, the features are quite unique and all. What went into that thinking, or that the building, you know?
So definitely design, the architect has had the eye, and of course I think we also appreciate aesthetics, and we do believe that you don't necessarily have to spend extremes amount of money to have something looking good. So we do consider ourselves in the middle income bracket. So people mainly from the diaspora are our preferential buyers, and then professionals, doctors, people in the oil business, like people working for these companies.
Oh, okay. Did you face any challenges while starting up?
A lot of people asked me, like, how have you actually succeeded being in such a male-dominating industry? But I have been very lucky that I've been treated very well by, you know, the greater organization, the Ghana Real Estate, banks, clients. It's been quite smooth.
Okay.
And I've had a great team also. I mean, it's not just...
Kudos to the team as well.
Yes,
very
yes,
important.
Yes,
you should always have the right team for your business to
yes.
help it spread and
Yes.
grow to reach this level.
Yes.
Yeah. So I see you have quite a number of amenities. There's the pool area, there's the bar area, there's a playground for children. What went into that?
So again, I think coming from Dubai, like I'm originally Indian, but I am born and brought up in Spain, and I've been living in Dubai for the past 15 years also.
Okay.
So my husband lives in Dubai, and I am between Dubai and here. And I've always appreciated seeing, you know, gated communities where you have the amenities, so you don't have, especially for children, when they come home after school, they don't have to commute to go for swimming classes or tennis classes, or, you know, just hang out with your community, neighbors, friends. It's just safe. So that's why I think we also think that it's more a lifestyle than just amenities. It's like people that come here look to have a better lifestyle.
Okay. So meaning there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Whether mother, father, children,
yes.
there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I want to find out what makes you different from other, I mean, your company, the Greens Estate, what makes it different from other real estate companies?
So one thing that we really pride ourselves in is that we actually do our construction in-house. And that is something that I always think that it is one of our unique advantages. Normally, developers contract or subcontract the construction to a construction company. And construction, it is like a very, very difficult industry to actually know what has gone into the construction. Like if we look at the wall, you don't know how much, what's the iron rods that are inside, the steel, you don't know how many coats of paint. So there's a lot of like, you can't really measure construction. So for us, we do our construction in-house. And I think that gives us an edge in controlling our quality and what we actually deliver to our clients.
Okay. I want to delve just a little bit personal. Have you always been interested in the real estate business?
I have.
Okay.
I have always admired growing up people that would get passive income, like I would be like, okay, so this gentleman, you know, he's collecting X amount of thousands of dollars or euros when we were in Spain. It wasn't his main business, but it would be like his passive income. He had invested in real estate. He was like older at that time, and he could just sit and just get that income. So I've always looked up to investment in real estate.
Oh, okay.
And again, like I said earlier, the fact that it is a tangible asset.
Yeah. But what's your clientele base?
Mainly
What are your
diaspora.
targets? Okay.
From the USA, from the UK. We've got some clients that have come from, actually even Ghanaians from Japan, from Israel, Canada.
Okay.
Mainly, I would say 80% of our clientele is from the diaspora.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So still on clientele base, you already have already made units, and you spoke about acquiring another land. So what if I'm your client and I do not want the house, but I want a land? Is there an option like that?
No,
Okay.
because as a gated community also, we believe that, you know, we do want to protect your investment, and I think having the let's say like units that will be easy for you to resell in case of wanting to resell. It would be easier when it's all properties that are standard, not different colors, different styles, different designs. So that's why we don't sell land.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. You spoke about style. I see the houses are almost in the same style. What inspired that? Colors, style.
Yes. So the architect.
Okay.
The architect.
So an advice based on the architect.
Yes. So
okay.
he's the let's say the master behind the designs that you see, the colors, you know.
Oh, all right. Okay, so it's been nice having you, Kiran Daswani. Thank you so much for joining us on Business Moments on GhanaWeb. Thank you for sharing your business with us, telling us what you put into it and everything that's got to do with your business.
Thank you so much
for coming.
Thank you.
When we return, we take a tour of the Greens Estate. Stay tuned. Welcome back, and thanks for staying with us. Well, this is the part where we take a tour of the facility. I believe you've been enjoying the interesting conversation so far, but we are going to check out what the Greens Estate Company has for us, so you would decide on the kind of house you want. I have with me here the project manager of the Greens Estate Company. He is Prince Nyako. Hello, Prince Nyako. Welcome to Business Moments on GhanaWeb.
Thank you. Welcome to the Greens.
Thank you. And what do you have for us? Take us on a tour.
Well, we have a lot to offer, and I think once we go on the tour, you should see what we have to offer.
All right. So
come with us.
He has a lot to offer. Let's go. Okay. Okay, so I've noticed something interesting when I entered. I realized the street names are named according to, the streets are named according to flowers. I see marigold, I saw tulip over there.
Yes.
Is there any inspiration behind it?
Well, the vision of the Greens was to, as the name suggests, the Greens. We are trying to project nature and give a refined living experience to our clients. And so that is the reason why we have named our streets also after nature. So we have the Palm Street, and as you can see, You have palm trees all labeled here. You have the tulip, marigold, and all that. So basically, that is the vision here.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. And I read your profile, and one of the things I saw was that building affordable houses. How affordable is the greens to the average Ghanaian?
Well, people may say that affordability is relative.
Okay.
But what we have done here at the Greens is to give you quality for not to also break the bank. Okay. That is what we've tried to do. And so we have houses ranging from 1 bed to 5 bedroom. Okay. And as much as possible, we try and control the cost by making sure that we do our own construction. We source materials from very competitive sources to be able to also beat down the prices for our clients. And so as we go along, you learn about the prices we have.
Okay, sure. So whilst we are sourcing your materials, do you do local or international?
Basically, we do local. I mean, the vision of our CEO is also that we want to get the community involved. And so we have a lot of workers here who are Ghanaians, indigenous people, and then as much as possible we source our materials also from here in Ghana. Yes. Okay.
I think that's beautiful. At least there's some sort of employment for our local people here in Ghana. Exactly. And I've also noticed one thing. There's you are using particular colors. I see ash, I see white, and that color, is it light burgundy? Terracotta. Okay. Okay. Is there a reason?
Well, I mean, we have a professional architect who does all our designs, and so the concept is to make sure that we have uniformity, and also not to have colors that are too, pungent on the eyes. Exactly. Okay. So we have white, which gives you a brighter of the environment. I mean, we have gray, which is also like a bit of a shade of not too deep a gray. Okay. But so it just blends in. It gives you a very bright community.
Okay. Yeah. So as the project manager, what are some of the amenities house owners get to enjoy? Okay,
so maybe I'll take you there. But in here we have a swimming pool, a community swimming pool. We have a gymnasium.
Okay.
We have a multi-purpose court. And then we also have playgrounds, as you can see from behind me. We are yet to finish though, but we have some of these dotted all around, so you don't have your kids go outside to go and play. So we'll have some things like this for our kids to be able to also play. And then for the adult, we have a rooftop bar. Okay. We'll go and see that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's really beautiful.
How much went into all these? What plans went into putting these edifices?
Okay, so where we started from is where we actually started in 2017. So that was our first phase. So we have some 2 beds, 3 beds, and then 2-bed terraces. Okay, so that's ended the first phase. And then we have the second phase, which started from just opposite the first phase, all the way to house 57, just ahead of us. So that also comprises some 2 beds, 3 beds, basically. Yes, and so we have a mix of everything, 2 beds, 3 beds for our phases 1 to phase 3. And then ongoing, we have some 1 bed as well. I'll show you that as well. It's very beautiful.
Okay. In terms of space, some of us like our spaces. We like big spaces. I've noticed some of these real estate companies have quite smaller spaces. How big is your space?
Well, it's quite sizable. We have actually optimized the spaces we have. And so as you can see on my left, this is a typical 4-bedroom, which is part of our phase 3. You have your parking to your left here. You have the building there. You can go all around the building. You have also some greenery to your left as well. And so, I mean, we have really optimized the space, and definitely it is really a design for a family. I mean, yes.
Yeah, and for this particular house, I could see your client understood the concept, because I can see more greens actually in the house, and it makes it more beautiful.
Exactly. So as you can see, I mean, he's done a lot of additions to it. You have spaces for families to sit around for families. You have a lot of greenery around there, so there's a lot of space for families to be able to sit around and enjoy the facility.
Okay. I see quite a number of units around me. How many in total do we have?
Okay. So in total, we're doing a community of about 108 houses. 108 houses as we speak. We are on the last phase of it. We just have about 6 buildings to go. So those of you who want to be part of this community, you better run.
You have to rush while the deal is still hot.
Exactly.
Okay, that's nice. So we are heading towards
the phase 3.
I
want to first show you the recreational area, so you appreciate what the entire community also comes with.
So when you talk about the recreational area, is it just one particular spot? Because you showed me one particular one. Is that the only place for the units?
No. So that is a playground for kids. Yes, and then we have an additional space where you have an open top bar. You have the gym. And then you have also a multi-purpose hall and a swimming pool. So that is where I'm taking you to now.
All right, so this is a recreational space, and like I said earlier, I actually thought it was a unit, a housing unit, but it really looks spacious. There's a pool, I think that's a tennis court. That's the bar you spoke about up there.
Exactly. I'll take you there to look at it.
All right, sure.
Very beautiful. But let me not catch you, but we also have apartment, 1-bed apartment here, a 3-bed apartment as well. So those of you who are looking to do some investments can consider a 1-bed apartment here.
That's fine.
For Airbnb. I mean, it will give
Airbnb,
you very good,
yes, I was going to ask if you do Airbnb. Okay, so take us around and let's see what you've got.
Yes, so here is a community pool. As you can see, it's all done. Ready for swim. I don't know whether you brought in the costume.
Unfortunately, I didn't.
Okay, and then we have the multi-purpose court here. So that's for long tennis. You can do basketball as well, and even volley.
How deep is the pool?
We have the deepest side is about 1.3 feet.
Okay.
And then we have very, very shallow. Even for babies, you can sit on the staircases to your right.
Okay.
Yes.
But is this enough for the 108?
Oh yes. I mean,
units?
This is about 15 by 8 meter pool. So quite, very big. It's quite big. Yes.
Okay, sure.
So the gym is not finished yet, but that is where the gym is.
Okay.
So we have about 162 square meters of gym space with washrooms, male and female, with lockers.
Okay.
Yes, it's not finished yet. So
yeah, I see.
And then up here is our rooftop bar.
Okay.
Maybe I can also take you there
so
to look at.
Before we go to the rooftop bar, let's have a look at the 1-bedroom.
Okay.
Apartment or unit. So you have 2 of these, right?
We have 2 units of this.
Okay.
These are not completed yet.
Okay.
They are not completed yet, so.
We can just have a fair idea
of what it is.
Of how it actually looks.
Okay.
Oh, I see some of the cabinets already.
Exactly. So it comes with an open kitchen. It's an open kitchen concept with an island.
Okay.
And then you have the sitting area here. You have a bedroom to your left. Yes. So you have closet space.
Okay.
You have a closet space here. That is the washroom.
Oh, wow. The washroom is even spacious.
Exactly. And then the bedroom here.
Exactly.
A total of about 95 square meters.
Okay. So how much is something like this? Does something like this cost?
Yes. So this is going for a cool $109,000. $109,000.
$109,000.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so that's the staircase.
That's the staircase leading up. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So how was it for you handling this huge project? I mean, how did you feel from the onstart and to where you've gotten to?
Well, I mean, for me, it's been an experience. My background is actually in quantity surveying.
Okay.
Exactly, yeah. And veering into project management has not been too difficult because our training really allows us to do that.
Okay.
And so we started off in 2017. As you can see here, we are building our last gate. And so, I mean, it's been a beautiful experience for me, a learning experience, and we thank God for it, for how far He's brought us.
Well done, actually. So tell us about the space.
Okay, so this is about 252 square meters of space.
Okay.
You have a pergola here for if you want to sit under a shade. And then we have a bar.
Okay, so this is where the bar will be.
This is where the bar is going to be. So we have also a kitchen as well, a kitchen in there. Then you have washrooms.
Okay.
We have about 4 slots of washrooms in there for visitors.
Okay.
It gives a very beautiful view, as you can see from here.
Yes, actually.
Up here.
So you can even watch your kids.
Exactly. Play from
here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can watch your kids play from here.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it open to outsiders or just homeowners here?
Yes. So what we're trying to do is to be able to manage the influx of people from outside, and so we have an external gate that brings people from outside to come and enjoy the space, while not disturbing the community. So as you can see, the whole recreational area is fenced.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a biometric, access system from outside into the estate. So once you're a member here, you can just access and come in here without necessarily going through the estate. Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Talking about fencing and all that, I would like to talk about security.
Yes.
How secured is the place?
Extremely secured. I mean, we have a 24-hour security. It's, as you can see, you saw there, it's manned. We have a second gate here as well, which is also going to be manned. Okay. And as much as possible, we try to incorporate other things to enhance the security. So the perimeter fence wall is actually electrified. I mean, we have electrocuted ones. And then we're also adding on CCTV cameras into the estate and all that. And so just to enhance the security of the estate. All the street lights are solar powered. So that when there's blackout, you still have, some lighting.
That's good.
Yes.
That's a fair deal.
Exactly.
I mean, aside this space you have, is the Greens planning to move on to another space? Because I remember you told me this is your final unit or your final gate you're constructing.
Yes. So definitely yes. I mean, we are in this for the long haul. So as we can, just right behind these properties, we have a land there which is starting very soon. And I mean very, very soon. So those who want to book their units should talk to us. We have another one probably coming up in OEB as well. So, I mean, we have other developments coming up.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go back to the final phase of the whole project.
Yes.
How long is it going to take to complete the final phase?
So we're actually looking at, by June of this year, we should be out of here.
June of this year?
June of this year, we should be.
All things being equal?
All things being equal, we should be getting out of here. Yes.
Okay. So we were talking about drainage. I don't see the pipes. I don't see things I'm not supposed to see. Open drainages and all that. Yes. How was that? How did you
So as
do
our
that?
tagline goes, refined living. What we try to do is to keep a very safe environment for kids and also give a very hygienic, environment for our inhabitants. So what we've done here is that we have an underground drainage system, as you can see here. It also serves as a walkway. Okay. So all our drainages are underground. And then, as I indicated to you last, all our street lights are also solar powered.
Exactly.
So when there's blackout, the homes can have lights because they all have 1.5 kV solar panel, solar inverters, and then the street lights are also lit because of the solar lighting. Okay,
so meaning you're walking the talk of being an eco-friendly estate company.
Exactly.
Okay, that's amazing. So we are moving to a show house. Prince here is going to show us what exactly a house at the Greens look like. So come along and let's show you what's up. Okay, so this is a typical entrance.
Yes, so this is our 3-bedroom, known as the cedar. As I told you, all our houses are named after, nature, so cedar is a form of a tree.
Okay.
Exactly, so this is our 3-bedroom.
All right.
Yes.
Oh.
So
should I call this a grand entrance?
Exactly. What we have done is to give you a very big, it's our 1.3 meter door.
Okay.
It's quite very wide.
Okay. So where are we starting from? The hall?
Let's go to the living area.
Okay.
Yes, so very beautiful, I guess.
Yes, I see.
Exactly.
Neutral colors. Well, that's my kind of furnishing
a lot of people like these colors. Exactly.
Yes.
So what we have done, to your left here, you see a very big sliding door. Similarly, we have one to your right.
Okay.
Exactly. So that is what we call, it gives you cross ventilation. So you don't always need to have your ACs on. You can just, shift one door here, slide another one here. You have a mosquito netting here, so you can just slide, and then you enjoy the fresh air. Okay. It also gives you a lot of lighting into the house, so you don't have to always put on your artificial lighting. So
I see a lot of modding decorations. Yes. I mean, with regards to the ceilings, the lightnings, the tiles. I was looking at something on Facebook actually, and you know, people were teasing landlords or complaining about landlords that they use a lot of brown and, you know, those multicolored kind of tiles. But I see this is quite different for their buildings. So
simplicity, they say, you know, it's the way to go.
Okay. So does the client have an option to have a furnished house?
Oh, most definitely. I mean, we are very open. We are very open. So if you want us to furnish for you, we can also do that for you. Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
All right. So the TV sits here,
TV, exactly.
and then the couch.
The couch here.
Okay. All right. So we go upstairs.
Yeah, we can. Let me show you the kitchen.
Okay,
you want to enjoy my sofa?
Yes, I do. I do. It actually looks cozy.
Yes, it is.
Oh wow! You could sleep here, take a nap, even spend the night here.
Oh yeah, I mean it's
and I think it's even spacious for family gatherings.
Exactly.
And all. Exactly. Okay, so a space like what was the space?
So this is about 30 square meters here.
Okay.
For the dining and then the living area.
All right. That's nice. Let's move on to the next. I can't wait to see what you have in store.
Oh, okay. So let me show you what we have here on the ground floor.
Okay.
So we have a guest washroom to your left.
This is it?
Yes.
Okay.
And a guest washroom here.
Oh, okay.
Very beautiful.
Well, this is what some people call the powder room, I guess.
Yes, the powder room, exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Let me see. Let me have a look at it.
Yes.
Okay, it's quite spacious, not really small.
Yes.
You know, the door is deceptive. It looks quite tiny, so yes, yeah. So next, I see the kitchen.
That's the kitchen.
Okay.
So we furnished the kitchen for you. We give you an extractor. It comes with the gas.
Oh, wow.
Exactly, yes. So
and these are the storage spaces.
These are the storage spaces, yes.
Okay. Quite spacious.
Yes. And to your left, you have a storeroom.
Okay.
Yeah, you have a storeroom here. That houses your washing machine. Oh. And then the solar inverter is also kept in here. Oh, okay. If you want us to do some additions for you in terms of shelves, that can also be done. So
there's an option for renovation.
Oh yeah, I mean additions.
We are additions.
Very additions.
Oh, yes, okay. Yeah. Okay. So where does this door lead to?
This actually takes you to the backyard.
Okay, but let's finish with the yes. Okay. So I see the same tiles you use for the hall is where you are using.
Same. We carry the same tiles
throughout every
space.
The
space. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. How safe is this?
Very safe.
The glass panels.
This is about 10 mm thick glass.
Okay.
10 mm thick glass is very quite tight. And then we also have the option of metal hand railing.
Okay.
So whichever one you choose, we can do that for you.
Sure.
So here is a master bedroom.
Oh.
So this is a master bedroom.
Whoa.
Yeah, this is a master bedroom.
This is lovely.
Yes. This is a master bedroom.
Oh, it has built-in wardrobe.
Exactly, yes.
Oh, or closet. Okay. That's a queen-size bed.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And then you have the washroom to your right.
Okay.
Also quite spacious. And then we give you a balcony here.
Okay. Oh.
So you can enjoy.
This one there, face me, I face you. That's nice. It's quite airy here.
Very.
Yeah.
Very airy. Yeah.
It's quite airy.
Very airy.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. So the washroom.
Yeah, that's the washroom. Yes.
Okay. All right. So we move on to the next room.
Yes. So we have two other bedrooms, all en suite.
Okay.
So one to your right here.
Okay. Oh.
Yes.
This is quite smaller.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a bit.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Yes. Oh, another built-in closet.
Exactly. All the rooms comes with that.
Okay. So that's the last bedroom.
That's the last bedroom. Yeah.
Okay. I see two beds.
Yes.
So for like a kid's room, right?
Room,
Children's
exactly.
room.
Yes.
Oh, but I didn't feel all the beds.
Yes.
That's a clean space.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So let's talk about the units.
Yes.
How is the units, or how are the units like? 2 bedroom, 1 bedroom, 3 bedroom?
Yes. So we start from 1 bed.
Okay.
As I showed you at the recreational area.
Yeah.
And then 2 beds. We also have 3 beds. We have some variety in the 3 beds. We have the cedar. We have another unit, another 3 bedroom known as the oak. as well. Those are under construction. And then we have the 4-bedroom known as the Cypress.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So,
okay.
this is the parking lot.
Oh.
The parking lot.
So how many cars can fit?
You can fit 2 cars actually.
Okay.
2 SUVs can even fit here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. It looks small.
It's a 3.5. The average car size weight is about 2.5. So you still have space to move around.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the payment plan?
Yes.
Yes. How is it like? If I want to purchase?
Yes. As I indicated, I mean, we are very open. We have self-financing where we give clients up to, say, 1 year. Exactly. We also have asset mortgage. Exactly. And then when you're doing self-financing, as I indicated, I mean, within a period of, say, 6 to 1 year, I mean, we can consider that. Yeah.
Okay. So does that mean you make a lump sum in the first month?
Yes. So what we'll do
What's the percentage?
Okay, so what we'll do is that you do a 30%, between 30 and 40% down payment, and then the rest, if you're doing self-financing, is spread for you between 6 and 1 year. And then if you're doing a mortgage, depending on your income and your commitments, the bank can look at 80%, and you do a down payment of 20%. The bank disburses the 80% when you have made your payment, and when the house is also completed, the bank does, they do the payment of the 80% for you.
Oh, okay, yeah. That's
and
quite flexible.
For Ghanaians, I think you can get between 5 to 15 years on your mortgage in terms of payback period. Yeah.
So for how many homeowners do you have? Out of the 108?
Living here?
Yes, living here.
In and out, we have almost about, say, 30. And we have clients who live abroad, so they come in and go. And then we still have some residents also in there. Yeah.
Okay. And finally, what sets you apart? So we are going. This is still the backyard.
This is the backyard.
Okay.
Yes.
I think we should give a full tour of the house.
So one thing I need to mention is the cedar.
Okay.
It also comes with an out room. Yeah.
This is an out room. What's it for?
So if you have a house help, you can.
Okay.
A single, let's say, student bed can fit in here because it has its own washroom.
Oh, it has a washroom.
Exactly.
Okay.
If you want to also say set up an office space, you can also hide away from the kids.
All right. Okay, that's nice. Oh, that's fine. It's okay. Okay. So finally, whilst we are moving out of the house, what differentiates the Greens from other real estate companies?
Well, what I would say is that we control a lot of the things we do. And so in terms of quality, we can really assure our clients that we are giving you quality and value for your money. In terms of payment terms, we are very flexible. The construction itself, I mean, some estate developers are averse to taking people around to see the start of the construction. But we are very open. We wish that people come here to see the construction right from the onset. I mean, the convention here is that people use blocks in the foundation, but we use concrete solely for the foundation. From foundation all up, we use concrete for the foundation. In the block, we produce it ourselves just to satisfy ourselves that we are giving you quality. And then our materials are carefully sourced, from the right sources. It's not like we want to cut corners. No, we don't do that. So that is what actually set us apart from others. Okay,
but I want to take you back just slightly about the housing units. What's the range from the lowest to the highest?
Okay, so our pricing, as I indicated earlier, start from 110,000 to 262,000.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Prince Nyarko, for joining us on Business Moment. It's been lovely having you take us on a tour to your project and as well as the showroom house. Thank you very much. We've come to the end of another interesting conversation on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest was the Greens Estate. If you are interested in owning a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3 or even 4, the right place to go is the Greens Estate here in Tema Community 25. Also, if you're a business owner and you are interested in being featured on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV, see the numbers below and give us a call. Log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more news stories. Get interactive with us on all our social media handles. We are at the GhanaWeb on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. Also subscribe to our YouTube channel for more videos. My name is Na Oyokwote. Thanks for watching.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me Sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nanya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
I think that when the incident happened, we did our own field investigation. So I had a team of lawyers that were on the field on the day the incident happened and collected information on the issue. In fact, the day and then the second day we collected data on what had happened on the ground. Now, our information clearly showed that bad policing, negligent policing led to the death of the deceased. Why do I say so? This is a person coming into the mall that you have met, holding a bag which you consider to be suspicious, and you wanted to search him. The man, initially, you had some altercation, and you refused that, don't search me and all that. In fact, he wanted them even to go to the police station so he can be searched there. You refused and insisted. So, according to the police statement, he picked something and began to run and then swallow the thing. Obviously, I was part of the autopsy report. Obviously, he didn't swallow, because if he swallowed something, it must be in your stomach. But the autopsy showed that whatever was claimed that he swallowed, whether it was an absolute truth by police or not, the thing had choked him. Now, assuming that for we ordinary persons, even when you are eating, whatever you are doing, if you get choked on something, your first reaction is an attempt to either vomit the thing or get the thing out. But this didn't happen in the case of Shadrach, because when he attempted to run, the police officer began to scream, "Thief, thief, thief." So people at the mall assisted to have him apprehended. Now, having arrested him, you put him in handcuffs. By the law, he then is placed in what we call lawful custody of the police. And when you are in lawful custody of the police, you are not supposed to be touched. And that is why, even if it were an armed robber or somebody people are beating, once the police take charge of the person, nobody touches the person again. And it is the police's duty to then shield the person, protect the person, and send the person to the nearest police station. If there are medical concerns, you have to send the person immediately to the nearest hospital. Now, having placed the person in your lawful custody, you then allow him to be beaten. So people were now beating him and then using tasers to tase him. So, assuming this substance the person has attempted to swallow is choking him, so the person is choking on this substance. At the same time, you are beating him, you are tasing him, and he's in handcuffs. How can he survive this? How can he survive this? So, you continue in that manner until the guy fell on the ground and was rolling on the ground. They were still tasing him on the ground until the guy went unconscious. Having gone unconscious, one would have thought that if you have arrested somebody and he says there's something, he attempted to swallow whatever, you should be taking him to the nearest hospital to retrieve it because it's your exhibit. The person having now gone unconscious on the ground, you then remove the handcuffs and then you abandon him. This is how Ghana Police Service behaved. It took the intervention of a bystander who then assisted him to the nearest hospital, but the doctor said he was gone. The guy was dead.
Letter to my 25-year-old self is to tell her that 5 years from now, would it really matter? Would what you're stressing about, what you're agitating over, really matter? We do come to crossroads moments in our lives, and I've really been thinking about what to tell her. But at that stage, I was torn between getting married or going to Yale. And we do give in to a lot of pressure from family, friends, the church, and everywhere that if you're not married, you're not whole. And that is the ultimate that you can have in life. And so I had the opportunity to go to Yale. She had the opportunity to go to Yale. And there was a young man who was wooing her at the time. And she decided that, okay, let me go and get married. But those are crossroads moments in our lives. Whatever decision you take in your life would influence your future. And we have to take it carefully. Maybe if I had gone to Yale, I wouldn't be sitting here as a member of parliament and your minister today. And so the Lord knew. But that was a decision that we had to take. And no matter what it is, you're agitated, you're fretting, you're worrying, you're thinking about what would everybody else think about me. Never ever lose sight of you. It is your life. The decisions you take, you would have to live with for the rest of your life. The consequences you would have to suffer for the rest of your life. So we did it. 5 years on, I knew that it was a wrong decision. That marriage didn't last. But here I am today. Where would I have been if I hadn't taken that decision at that time? But you can be fulfilled even if you're single. Just get on and do what matters to you, what's important to you, what would enable you to also contribute your little quota to the development of your world. And your world involves those around you, the workplace in which you are. And there's nothing you can't do if you put your mind to it. So I've been wondering where I would have been. Probably I'd have been an academic and lecturing in some corner somewhere. Maybe even living in the US and never coming back to Ghana. So I'm glad I took the decision to get married. And so Ursula, you did good. It's come with its own challenges and difficulties, but it was well worth it. So no matter what decision that you take in your life, the most painful thing you can do to yourself is to live a life of regrets. And you do nobody any favors if you do that. Pros and cons follow every decision that you take. But look on the bright side of things and always make the most of whatever opportunities that you have. Because at the end of the day, every path you choose has almost a predetermined conclusion, because it's as if there's a destination that you're heading towards, and you will get there. And there will be good times, there will be bad times, but there isn't a good decision or a bad decision. Every path you choose will take you somewhere. I chose to get married at 29, I think. Yeah. And it's led me where I am, even though it's not the marriage that led me there. It shifted me from another path that I could have taken at the time. And this is where I am. But good or bad, marriage isn't the ultimate. You are the ultimate.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me Sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. What is send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Nobody can take it away from Dan God that he's a co-founder. Like, it cannot be taken away from him. So anytime he's ready to come back, he can come back.
In 2021, when I met him on set during Dance God Lloyd's interview, I interacted with him as his manager. Today, he no longer bears that title, and we are here to talk about issues pertaining to their splits and other matters arising. This is Talk Attainment on GhanaWeb TV, and I am your host, Elsie Lamar. We'll be back after this break. Don't go away. Welcome back from that quick break. Joining us on the show today is Quabbos. He is the former manager for Dance God Lloyd. Quabbos, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Why are you laughing so much?
The way you introduced me as the former manager of Dance God.
Oh, aren't you the former? Oh,
yes, I am.
Yeah. I'm guessing you never thought a time will come where they would have to address you as a former manager.
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't think that a time would come like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll delve into that aspect, but I want to ask about a bit about the academy and how it's running.
Okay.
A lot of people are actually thinking that now that Dance God Lloyd, who is assumed as the poster boy for the academy, is no longer there, there's going to be a huge difference. Is that the case?
No, not at all. So the academy is structured, and I mean, there's a lot of misconception out there. A lot of people think that it's just Dance God that started the academy, or the academy is for Dance God, but it was actually started by 3 people. It was Dance God, myself, and then Afrobeast. So we are 3. So we are 3 co-founders. So it's not what people think. Some people think, I thought he's the owner, I thought he founded this, but it was the 3 of us, and the structure is such that, like, if even the 3 of us who are the co-founders are not there, it's still supposed to run, because everybody has a role to play. There are people that work, under us, so if I'm not there, if Dance God is not there, if Afrobeast is not there, the academy is still going to run. It's like a structured company,
So I want to understand something. 3 of you co-founded
DWP Academy.
the group.
Yes.
How do you split proceeds, as in profits, what monies that come in? How is it done? Like, does a greater percentage go to someone, or is it equally? How is the structure like in terms of?
No, I can't go into details with that.
Yeah,
but
just give me a fair idea.
Yeah, but like, I mean, we started this together. So nobody is bigger than anybody, or nobody has a higher percentage more than another person. You know, as to how we split, you know, percentage and all that, I cannot go into details.
But how was it intentional that, or was it the case that you pushed
Dance God more?
Yes.
Okay, so the truth is that this started about 8 years ago. That's when I started managing Dance God. He's the one I started managing, because, you know, he told me about how the dance industry is and people don't pay well and how difficult things are. So I said, okay, I'm going to take it upon myself, you know. Like, so it was just like me trying to help a friend, because we went to school together, you know, and in trying to help a friend, it became more like a career, because I didn't go to school to study management or talent management or anything, you know. I'm into advertising. I was into advertising, so I was actually doing like 8 to 5, you know. So that was my full-time job, you know. But when my friend, you know, told me about this, I decided to take, you know, that path, you know. And then he came to me someday and said...
So wait, I'm not trying to interrupt here, but did you actually quit your job?
Yeah, so at a point,
full-time on Dance
at a point I did. I had to, because I had to be running away from, you know, work to go for meetings. You know, it was difficult trying to, like, you know, do both. You know, so I had to, like, decide not to do 8 to 5 anymore and focus on him 100%.
So did you say you sacrificed?
Yeah, I did make a lot of sacrifices. Like, after school, I had to go and do my master's. I didn't go, you know. I decided to stay here because I started something with him. Like, imagine if I traveled, I mean, how things have turned out, you know. So those are some of the sacrifices that I made. Like, not like doing 8 to 5, which is more like of a secure job, where you know that at the end of the month, this is how much you're going to be paid, as compared to, like, you know, like dance at that time where nobody even paid 50 cedis. Like, everything we did back then was for free, you know. So it was a big risk, you know, like not knowing how things are going to turn out, and then deciding to take that career path, you know.
But how well was he doing when you met him?
When I met Das God, he had 1,000 followers on Instagram. Now he has 1.5 million. You know, when I met him, he had 1,000. I had more than 100,000. So, and you see, aside what I was doing, like, I was a model, I was into advertising, I was doing commercials, you know. So now with, like, all of the people that I knew in advertising and the brands that I knew, I wasn't talking about myself anymore. Like, if they wanted to use me, I'll say, no, this is my talent now, use this person, you know. So it was like he was now starting. You know, at the point I met him, he was now starting, you know, like, social media. You know, so I was literally managing his social media because, like, I had, like, you know, the expertise with that. So if anybody was talking to him in the DMs, on the comments, it was me talking. So I was talking as Dance God.
Okay, so I want to get something right here. 3 of you were co-founders, you, Afrobeast, and Dance God.
Yeah.
So how come you doubled as his manager?
Okay, so because I was his manager before, and then he brought on his friend, which is Afrobeast. He said he has a friend from Ashiaman who is also talented. So I decided to manage the 2 of them. And after managing them for like 3 years, we were like, we cannot dance forever. Like, you guys cannot dance forever. Like, whatever we're doing, which is like getting recognition around the world, we need to make sure that, like, it lives forever. So we need to groom, like, the next generation, you know. So that's how the 3 of us decided to, like, you know, set up the academy.
Okay, so to what extent, or what level of investment, or what's the highest level of investment that you've actually pumped into Dance God Lloyd, that when all these things happened, it struck you and you felt like, I've actually done a vain job?
No, I don't think I've done a vain job, because, like, I believe that, like, you know, when they happened, I was like, maybe, like, I had done what I had to do, you know. Maybe it was just time to move on, you know. And he has changed, like, he's inspired a lot of people. Like, I feel like indirectly, it also, like, you know, comes back to me, because maybe if I didn't take that career path, all of the people that he's inspired wouldn't have been inspired, you know. So I don't think that my time was wasted in any way.
Okay.
You know,
so
the investment that I think that, like, I made, that I feel like he didn't really consider as my time. you know, my time, and like I literally sacrificed my own career because I had it. Like he knows that at the time, like I was working with a lot of brands at that time, you know, but now I'm like, no, it shouldn't be about me. I want to be backstage so that you take, you know, the forefront.
Okay. When the issue happened, there were rumors out there, of course, typical of celebrities.
Yeah.
Those massage the issues and act like there's nothing happening, but definitely it will come out, and then we'll all get to hear, and then the issue started dropping one by one. You, on the other hand, was silent for a long time until you decided to vent one day. And that was where, like, we realized that yes, there was something happening. Now I want you, I'm going to keep quiet, and I want you to give us a rundown of how things started, how things got messy, and how things actually escalated in the camp, especially between you and Dance God.
Okay, so like things actually didn't escalate in the camp because I don't know. I think that the academy guys actually like really matured because they didn't go out to say anything. They were very calm. They kept on doing what they had to do. Like things didn't change. If you paid attention to like the members and our social media, things didn't change. The work still had to be done. That's my like policy. Like no matter what, the work has to be done. Even if you have a misunderstanding with somebody, the work still has to be done. Like how did things even start? It's very funny. I think that, I mean, I was hearing rumors that, you know, he had a new manager and and I mean, he went on TikTok live to say certain things, you know. I don't remember what he said. I think he said something like some people are ungrateful and, you know, he said a couple of things, and the social media, and everybody was beginning to think that, you know, because he didn't perform at that event. There was an event that he didn't perform, the one we did with Asha. People were beginning to think that because he didn't perform at that event, that's why, you know, we have a misunderstanding. But it was so many things that led to that, you know. We didn't stop him from performing on that stage. Like, he wasn't available. I think he traveled to Nigeria at the time we were rehearsing, but he knew that we had a performance, but he decided to travel to Nigeria, like, without informing anybody, you know. And I mean, I think he came a day before the performance. But you see, those people that did that event, like, they're very structured. They already know that, okay, 20 people are going to be on stage. This is what we are going to do. We cannot last minute, like, make changes. Who are we going to take? Because we've been rehearsing for weeks. Who are we going to take out, you know? Or are we going to, like, it's going to change arrangements of everything, you know? So I literally asked, like, one of the people that were in charge of, like, the stage and everything, that we want to make changes to and they said it's too late, you know. So it wasn't our fault that he didn't perform, but social media, you know, like, people were just making a lot of assumptions that we decided not to, you know, let him perform, and he started the academy, and what do you put me in, and, you know, so many things. I really don't remember how everything unfolded, but this is where we are now.
But did you have an altercation with him? Did you both talk?
Did we? After everything? I don't remember.
You people never spoke?
Before the event or
during everything, like when the misunderstanding started unfolding, you people didn't try to talk things out?
I think there was one time we did. That's what I'm saying. It was so many that led to that. There was one time that we did, but I think he was not ready to listen to, you know, anybody, you know. So if you're not ready to listen, then.
So would you say that there was also some external forces that were influencing him?
Maybe the new manager, or.
Who is the new manager?
I don't know the person.
You don't know him?
Yes, I know the person by face, but I don't know the name.
Is he popular?
No. Yes, so there's a new manager, and I was surprised though, because that person that's the new manager, I've taken him to a meeting for a brand, and I saw that person in that meeting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it is what it is. I think that I believe that he has his reasons for doing what he did, you know, but another part of me feels like it was kind of selfish because, like, considering like every other person, the academy members and everything, like, no matter what it is, it can be resolved. You know, I don't know what it could be, because if you ask him, truth be told, he cannot tell you why. He cannot tell you why he decided to leave, or he cannot tell you why he acted the way he acted. He cannot pinpoint what it is.
Would you say that he used the Asha rumors
to be the reason
as a bait to actually...
Yeah. Yes. I think so. I think that the truth is that I think that he already had everything planned as to how he wanted to do things. So maybe the way things turned out, then he could make him... I think he wanted to be alone. I think he wanted to run things himself. You know, maybe he didn't want to be under management.
Okay. Let's take a quick breather here. When we return, we'll actually delve more into the issue. This is Talk Assignment on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We are still on the discussion surrounding the DWP Academy and their managers and whatever thing that ensued between the managers and the camp. We are discussing with quabbos here. So before we went on break, we're talking about how things, how events unfolded and led to the split. So right now, would you at any point, or would you ever want to know the main or the exact reason behind Dance God Lloyd's decision to actually be solo?
To be honest, I really want to know. Like, he literally cannot give, because I've asked him before, he wasn't able to give me a reason. You know, he cannot give anybody a reason why. You know, so I really want him to let me know why. What could be the reason why you take such a stand? Because we're building something big, you know, like we're changing lives. Most of the people in the academy have like very interesting stories. Like right now, they're able to take care of their families. Like they have like a career that they make a living from. You know, people know them around the world. People are inspired by them, you know. So we're building something great. And then for your selfish reasons, I don't know, but I find it because no matter how I feel about Afrobeats or Lloyd, I will not let it extend to the academy because that's a different thing altogether, you know, because it's actually like our lives are tied to a lot of other people. So imagine what happened between Dance God and I also decided, okay, I'm not doing this anymore. What happens, you know?
How does his decision affect the camp?
The camp actually, like, you know, okay, I think it's been a while, so I'm not even remembering certain things. You see, I went on Twitter at a point to go and talk. I didn't want to ever talk about this, but the reason that, you know, I did that was because I heard, like, there were so many things that I heard, you know, like, and so many things I saw, like, he trying to, like, get some of the members to turn against me, you know, or he even, like, planning to start a new academy, you know, things like that. And I'm like, how can you even think like that? Or how can you even, like, say things like that? You know, it didn't sit well with me, you know. But the good thing is that we told, like, our members, like, know that, like, even though this is what's going on online, the work still has to go on, and we have to stay together. You know, even with my tweet, I said, like, regardless of everything, nobody can take it away from Dan God that he's a co-founder. Like, it cannot be taken away from him. So anytime he's ready to come back, he can come back.
So, at that point, when things were going south, did any of your members try to actually follow him, or does any of your members have or owe allegiance to him to some extent?
I think they some of them kind of did, but some of them kind of like wanted to take his side, but the truth is that they are wise. Like they know that like we're stronger together. You know, would you rather like be on your own or follow one person or like stay with the whole group? You know, so everybody decided to stay together.
So Dance God Lloyd still remains the co-founder. What does it mean? Does it mean that going forward, every show or every project that you people hop on, he still has to be given his share of money, or what does it mean?
Yes, he's still entitled to his shares.
So now that you people are not really in communication, how do you intend to do that?
We're still looking at how we're going to resolve that.
So he has not reached out to you, his lawyers, nobody has reached out?
So we're working on that. We're really working on that. And I mean, I just hope that things turn out right, you know, or like, and everybody is happy, you know. Yeah.
Okay, let's move away a bit from there and go to the Asha Global Citizen Concert. Would you say that it's actually the biggest?
You know what, like, you see how people see our brand. Like, we've been doing a lot of big things for years. Like, we did Beyonce. Beyonce is literally like one of the biggest artists in the world. You know, we did Beyonce. We've been on BBC, we've been on CNN, we've been on Shade Room. You know, Ciara posted us, PDD posted us. You know, so like big names or big like people have like, you know, spoken about us, or we've been on big platforms. You know, so Asha is definitely one of the biggest because like he's a big artist and he's also a dancer. You know, so the dancers see him as, you know,
an idol.
Yes, as an idol. You know, so that's definitely one of the biggest. Another one I know my dancers are like really looking forward to is Chris Brown. You know,
I was gonna mention that.
Yeah, so if they do Chris Brown, then
that's it.
that's
Like,
it.
hey.
Yeah.
So are you
if Michael
like,
Jackson was alive, then
right? I know, right?
Yeah.
Oh, but are you trying to put some structures in place to make sure that happens, like the Chris Brown thing?
So you see, our way of working is that we work on ourselves to the point where, like, if the opportunity comes, you will use no other. Like, so we keep building on our brand. Like, the DWP that you knew last year is not the same DWP that you're going to see this year. Like, we're going to work on like our costuming, like branding and everything. If Chris Brown wants to work with a team from Africa, he will definitely get to know that this is the best team that he should work with. So that's how we because we don't have Chris Brown's contact. How is he going to work with us?
Chris Brown nowadays is all over, especially in Nigeria. You know, he's doing a lot of features here
And then somebody should connect us.
But so with networking and connect, how do you people, because you have people in the industry, when you want to like do those things, you fall on?
God is our biggest connect.
But
funny, like everything just like falls in place. Like we do what we have to do. Like with, you know, we always preparing for the opportunity. Like we don't wait for the opportunity before we start working towards it. Like we prepare ourselves. If there's a chance to go and perform at a concert or a competition in the US, we're ready. You know, that's how we move. So
I heard something during the Asha concert. I heard that they actually contacted you guys.
Yes, they did.
And that's also the case with Beyonce.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, with Asha, they reach out to Afrobeast. And with Beyonce, they reach out to Dance God.
Then you guys are big.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that God is our biggest connect. We prepare and then to come.
Wow.
Yeah.
So when such messages hit your DM, how do you react to it?
Sometimes it's like we're surprised sometimes, but at the same time we know and we feel like, yes, we are the best to actually do the job. You know, like for instance, Asha was it was interesting, but to be honest, after we did a performance and we were like, no,
I saw you.
Yeah.
I saw the team.
Yeah.
I saw you in particular.
Asa followed us.
How
he followed
you
us to
were...
our tent.
Yes,
Yeah.
like
He didn't want to leave.
Champagne.
Yes, he didn't want to leave our tent. Like he was in our tent before, after the performance, he came back into our tent. Like he's a global artist. Usually, like, trust me, I'm not even gonna lie. The Ghanaian artists will not do that. You are performing, then you finish, but you don't even find the artist. The bodyguards will escort the artist out, and then they will leave you somewhere. He followed us to our tent after, the performance, and some people were speaking Chi. He's asking them, "What's the meaning of this? What's the meaning of that?" Like it was. I don't know. I can't explain how that felt, but it was amazing.
But did that ended? Are you both still in touch?
Yeah. He even said that this is not going to be the last. Yeah. So maybe if Asha is doing some show somewhere, he's probably going to reach out to us, because our style is different from what he's used to. Like even with, like, he's a great dancer, but our steps are different. So he was actually like amazed. Afrobeats actually choreographed the whole performance. Yes. Afrobeats actually choreographed the whole performance.
Speaking of Afrobeats, why is he not really putting himself out there like that? Okay,
so you see, you asked me a question about why does it look like Dance God is the face?
Yes.
That's because, you see, two people cannot, like, drive a ship. The plan was that it was like a tree. We put more attention on Dance God, and then it's going to transcend down. So if Dance God is going up, it's going to affect every other person that he's associated with. We couldn't just push. If we with the Academy members, it's not everybody that blows up all of a sudden. There's a point that you realize that Afonita is shining. There's a point Endurance is shining. There's a point Official Starter is shining. Like, everybody has their time, So Afrobeats time, he's had his time, and his time is still going to come. Like, it's just that, like, there are two different types of people. Like, he's not like so outgoing, but trust me, like, I feel like he's the best choreographer I've met. He and Dance God are two different types of people. He's more of a choreographer. Dance God is more of a performer.
So you actually took the... You just did damage control. I was going to ask you that. Are you trying to say that
no,
he's
not
better?
I'm not saying he's better. He's not better. One is a great performer.
Okay.
One is a great choreographer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So both of them made
together,
a good team.
Yes, they are.
So that is also one side that has affected the team, right?
Yeah. The good thing is that we've been together for a long time, and the team has also really learned from them. Because we have classes every Wednesdays and Saturdays, and for some time now, Dance God has not been teaching. Afrobeats has not been teaching. It's the younger ones that have been teaching, and people come for the class. A lot of people travel around the world and come here to take our class. Recently, we went to Dubai. So many people attended the classes. It wasn't Dance God or Afrobeats. It was Endurance, Afronita, but people were coming because they know they are equally good.
So you're training people.
They've been trained, they've been trained very well.
Oh, okay.
So now they can do, certain things that, like, they used to do. Dance God, Afrobeats used to do.
Okay, so
I'm not saying they are as good as them,
yeah,
but they can, do their work to some extent.
I see. So I'm going to ask you a question. Be very honest with me. I don't want any corny replies like how you celebrities do. What's with all the stages that you've mounted so far, which stage actually gave you your biggest paycheck? Or which project gave you your biggest paycheck?
Beyonce. Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie, it's Beyonce.
How much are we talking? No. Give me a range.
No, I can't do that.
Why?
No, I can't do that. It's Beyonce.
Is it $1 million?
It's Beyonce.
Is it $1 million?
It's Beyonce. Come on, it's Beyonce. Like,
okay, give me a range.
Yeah, it's Beyonce. Like, if I say it's Beyonce, you have to understand that.
Yeah, I know it's Beyonce, but
that's Jay-Z's wife.
I know it's Jay-Z's wife, but don't do that. Okay, give me a range.
No, I can't.
So is it in hundred thousands of dollars? No, you're not mentioning the figure, but is it $100,000s of dollars? Or, okay, 100,000 to 1 million?
Hey.
Quabbos.
What if it's more than that?
More than $1 million?
What if it's more than that?
So it could be.
It could be. It's Beyonce.
Hey! Who this guy?
Oh, Mankashu, Mankashu.
Yo, must say. And the Asha one, like, was it equally okay?
Yes, very good. It's Asha.
And they just said, now you people, your how do you call it? Your prices have shot up. Oh.
Yeah, it's like I don't know about other people, but anybody that works with us knows that like we give you value for whatever you pay for. Like we've made songs global songs, you know. Like I can mention Overdose. One of the reasons why Overdose is a very big song is because we created that choreography.
Don Jazzy's Overdose.
Yeah, we created that choreography.
Yeah,
you know, it's created by us, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Down Flat. That song blew up because of the dance. You know, Balance It. That song, you know. So we've made, and whatever the artist is going to make back is millions, you know.
So did they reach out to you, like the John Jazzy big you
yes,
up?
Yes,
or?
we were paid for everything that we do.
They paid? Everything
that we do, we are paid for it.
Hey! Oh, from here I'm going to judge you for my own share. Oh wow, that's nice.
Yeah.
Wow. So now
and it's not like we have everything that we need though.
Don't do damage
no, it's
control.
true. No, I'm being honest with you. It's not like we have everything that we need. Like we don't have a space of our own. You know.
You're
like,
still with Pulse, like
yes, we are at Pulse. Yeah, Pulse gives us their space to use. We've been moving from studio to studio. We used to be at One Airport Square. We moved to Jolu. Now we're at East Legon. You know, so like what our dream and our goal is to like have our own space.
So what's stopping you? You're not getting an appropriate.
Yeah, we need a place. We need a place, and we need support.
Huh? With your millions of dollars, you still need support.
We really need support. Like millions of dollars.
Yes.
Who said millions of dollars?
Yes.
Where is the millions of dollars?
I know you are worth more than millions of dollars.
We are worth more than that, but we don't have that. We are really worth more than that. Like sometimes we actually consider like because like if we want to charge people what we are worth, they will think that they will say the price outrageous, you know. So like we actually consider like looking at like the economy and like how things are going, and then we like, okay, if this is what you have, we're going to work around it, you know. We do that for a lot of. We promote certain songs for free because we want to support like the culture. Okay,
so would you say, let's come back to this whole Dance God Lloyd thing. If today, if Dance God Lloyd decides to come back and says that, oh, like, let's forget about everything, I want to still be a part of you guys, I want to make comments and all, would you accept him back?
It's not about me accepting him. Nobody has taken his place. Nobody has taken his place. He decided to leave. So it is he that has to come back.
If he comes back, are you going to put in certain structures that will ensure that he doesn't come back anyhow? Like, how are you going to do it? Definitely you accept him, but once bitten, twice shy, right? It's going to come with conditions.
So if he comes back, he's not coming back. I'm not managing him when he comes back, but I mean he's coming back as a a
shareholder.
Yes, of the academy, you know. Yes.
Okay, so what project are you currently working on?
This year. This year we want to travel around the world, you know, and we want to like promote more Ghanaian music. Like sometimes we get comments where people say that, why you always dancing to Nigerian music? It's not that. Like if we are being paid, you know, to do it, we shouldn't do it.
Like Ghanaian artists, people pay so that they'll promote your songs.
So yeah, we want to promote more Ghanaian music. We want to work on a dance movie this year, and then we want to travel around the world and like teach people our culture and our style of dance. So that's like those are the things, like kind of things that we want to do this year.
So last question, has your encounter with Dance God Lloyd actually stopped you from actually considering managing anybody in the future? Would you have a second thought?
You know what they always, I don't know why everybody said this. Everybody actually said this in the beginning, that why are you quitting your job to do this? And talents will always disappoint you. Everybody says that. But I don't know why I kind of felt or thought that like it's going to be a different, but it happened. What everybody said, actually happened, you know. But it doesn't mean that, like, because of that, I'm not going to manage anybody again. It's like a relationship. If a boy disappoints you, or you know, is bad to you, doesn't mean that the next guy is going to be, maybe the next guy might be bad, but it doesn't mean that you give up on, you know, love, right? Yeah. So, I mean, if I meet somebody that's talented, that I feel like I can connect with, I'll definitely manage the person.
Your last words?
My name is Quabbos, co-founder of DWP Academy, and manager of DWP Academy. Keep supporting us, keep, you know, sharing our stuff, and we're never going to disappoint you.
Social media.
My social media is Quabbos on every platform, QUABLES.
That's all?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming, Quabbos. It was
so
a
much,
pleasure
Elsie.
having you on the show. And all too soon, we've come to an end of today's edition of Talk Assignment. I hope you enjoyed every little bit of it. We hope to come your way another time. Till then, be good. We're out.
I think that when the incident happened, we did our own field investigation. So I had a team of lawyers that were on the field on the day the incident happened and collected information on the issue. In fact, the day and then the second day, we collected data on what had happened on the ground. Now, our information clearly showed that bad policing, negligent policing, led to the death of the deceased. Why do I say so? This is a person coming into the mall that you have met, holding a bag, which you consider to be suspicious, and you wanted to search him. The man, initially, you had some altercation, he refused that, don't search me and all that. In fact, he wanted them even to go to the police station so he can be searched there. You refused and insisted. So, according to the police statement, he picked something and began to run and then swallow the thing. Obviously, I was part of the autopsy report. Obviously, he didn't swallow, because if he swallowed something, it must be in your stomach. But the autopsy showed that whatever was claimed that he swallowed, whether it was an absolute truth by police or not, the thing had choked him. Now, assuming that for we ordinary persons, even when you are eating, whatever you are doing, if you get choked on something, your first reaction is an attempt to either vomit the thing or get the thing out. But this didn't happen in the case of Shadrach, because when he attempted to run, the police officer began to scream, "Thief, thief, thief." So people at the mall assisted to have him apprehended. Now, having arrested him, you put him in handcuffs. By the law, he then is placed in what we call lawful custody of the police. And when you are in lawful custody of the police, you are not supposed to be touched. And that is why, even if it were an armed robber or somebody people are beating, once the police take charge of the person, nobody touches the person again. And it is the police's duty to then shield the person, protect the person, and send the person to the nearest police station. If there are medical concerns, you have to send the person immediately to the nearest hospital. Now, having placed the person in your lawful custody, you then allow him to be beaten. So people were now beating him and then using tasers to tase him. So, assuming this substance the person has attempted to swallow is choking him, So the person is choking on this substance. At the same time, you are beating him, you are tasing him, and he's in handcuffs. How can he survive this? How can he survive this? So you continue in that manner until the guy fell on the ground and was rolling on the ground. They were still tasing him on the ground until the guy went unconscious. Having gone unconscious, one would have thought that if you have arrested somebody and he says there's something he's attempted to swallow, whatever, you should be taking him to the nearest hospital to retrieve it because it's your exhibit. The person having now gone unconscious on the ground, you then remove the handcuffs and then you abandon him. This is how Ghana Police Service behaved. It took the intervention of a bystander who then assisted him to the nearest hospital, but the doctor said he was gone. The guy was dead.
Letter to my 25-year-old self is to tell her that 5 years from now, would it really matter? Would what you're stressing about, what you're agitating over, really matter? We do come to crossroads moments in our lives, and I've really been thinking about what to tell her. But at that stage, I was torn between getting married or going to Yale. And we do give in to a lot of pressure from family, friends, the church, and everywhere that if you're not married, you're not whole. And that is the ultimate that you can have in life. And so I had the opportunity to go to Yale. She had the opportunity to go to Yale. And there was a young man who was wooing her at the time. And she decided that, okay, let me go and get married. But those are crossroads moments in our lives. Whatever decision you take in your life would influence your future. And we have to take it carefully. Maybe if I had gone to Yale, I wouldn't be sitting here as a member of parliament and your minister today. And so the Lord knew. But that was a decision that we had to take. And no matter what it is, you're agitated, you're fretting, you're worrying, you're thinking about what would everybody else think about me. Never ever lose sight of you. It is your life. The decisions you take, you would have to live with for the rest of your life. The consequences you would have to suffer for the rest of your life. So we did it. 5 years on, I knew that it was a wrong decision. That marriage didn't last. But here I am today. Where would I have been if I hadn't taken that decision at that time? But you can be fulfilled even if you're single. Just get on and do what matters to you, what's important to you, what would enable you to also contribute your little quota to the development of your world. And your world involves those around you, the workplace in which you are. And there's nothing you can't do if you put your mind to it. So I've been wondering where I would have been. Probably I'd have been an academic and lecturing in some corner somewhere. Maybe even living in the US and never coming back to Ghana. So I'm glad I took the decision to get married. And so Ursula, you did good. It's come with its own challenges and difficulties, but it was well worth it. So no matter what decision that you take in your life, the most painful thing you can do to yourself is to live a life of regrets. And you do nobody any favors if you do that. Pros and cons follow every decision that you take, but look on the bright side of things and always make the most of whatever opportunities that you have, because at the end of the day, every path you choose has almost a predetermined conclusion, because it's as if there's a destination that you're heading towards, and you will get there. And there will be good times, there will be bad times, but there isn't a good decision or a bad decision. Every path you choose will take you somewhere. I chose to get married at 25, 29, I think. Yeah. And it's led me where I am, even though it's not the marriage that led me there. It shifted me from another path that I could have taken at the time. And this is where I am. But good or bad, marriage isn't the ultimate. You are the ultimate.
Mommy, you first you can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sika from Lemonade Finance. Wabra yan Tedeshe and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy Akofino? Download to Lemonade Finance.
The GOAT debate,
Do you
know,
know
so
how blessed we are to be living in an era when there is both Messi and Ronaldo?
So the woman who boss, Julia Stuart, is a broadcaster with Super Sports International. She's our guest on Sports Check. Julia, you're welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
How was your stay?
It's been amazing to be here, getting used to the heat.
Oh, goodness.
But yeah, I'm really loving Ghana. I was not expecting anything when I arrived here, just to be part of Women of Valor. And my trip has given me so much. It's been amazing. Thank you.
Have you tried any of our foods yet?
Yeah, of course I have. Everyone's always going on about Ghana versus Nigeria.
Jollof.
So I definitely had to have some jollof rice. Plenty, actually.
But have you tried Nigeria and jollof? And if you're going to rate, you haven't tried?
No, I haven't. So it's 1-0 to Ghana at the moment.
Energy. Great. So Julia is a studio anchor and a pitchside reporter with Super Sports International. If you don't know, she's doing amazing stuff. She's a big inspiration to millions of people worldwide, including women. Now, Julia, we know that, okay, so the light, sound, camera, action, and then we see you on set, you're talking and all that. How do you handle bad days?
Yeah, if I'm having a bad day, personally, you won't see that on screen.
Great.
You can't, because people pay a lot of money for DSTV subscription and they don't care about how you feel if you're having a terrible hair day or you don't like the place you're in, or none of that's got to matter. It's part of being the consummate professional to be able to fake it till you make it.
Exactly.
Right? That's what it's all about. So I think personally, if I am having a bad day, I don't think you would be able to know.
Great.
And that's part of learning how to deal with your emotions and how to manage, and knowing when you have to step up and step out, and like you said, lights, camera, action.
We go. Great. Now, you've been a big inspiration to a lot of people, women. I also love what you say. I watch you and I'm like, oh God, you've got it. Did you always, was it always the thing that you wanted to be a media personality when you were young? Was that what you wanted to do?
No, I had no clue. I actually had to take a gap year after matric, because I didn't know what I wanted to study. I just didn't know. And I studied film and media production. So it wasn't a journalism course. It wasn't with the intention of going to Supersport. I kind of just found my way. And I'm a firm believer of, if something is meant for you, it will find you. It was not easy. It was not easy, but it was a path that I am very grateful to have been able to navigate in my own way. And I think the journalism base that I have, having started as a print reporter, understanding how to construct news stories, understanding how to construct arguments from my university days, I think that I've tried to carry that into my presentation, in the way I ask questions, in the way you have to be brave to ask tough questions in the face of sometimes a defeat. You know, a coach has just lost a game and he doesn't necessarily want to answer, or there's a red card or a penalty that wasn't given. Those are difficult. So I always go back to the basic principles of journalism and carry that into my presentation. But I definitely did not think I would be a super sport presenter or land in Ghana and people would know who I am. Unbelievable scenes.
That's
Come
crazy.
on. Yeah.
Yeah, you got big fans and all that. I remember one scene, was it last year, the gentleman saying wanted to take a picture with you. You have a lot of fans everywhere scattered.
But you know what the thing is? Negativity is louder. So the people who feel entitled, who want to say horrible things about you, they always make sure you know, and they do that on social media regularly. So when I do get a nice message, or when there is an incident like happened at the Cape Town City game, that's my hometown, by the way, Cape Town. Okay. So a fan had written on the board that he wants to take a picture. That was amazing. But, you know, big love from the people out in Ghana. We're on billboards here, by the way, because of Women of Valor.
Great.
I landed and I was like, hey, is that me? Wow.
Your face all over.
Yeah, but I've received a lot of love. And you know what? I appreciate it. I don't take that for granted. For someone to come up to you and say, I like what you do. You give me encouragement to also try and do better. I want to follow in your footsteps. I always tell people to make their own path, though. But to see that and to hear that in a country where you've only been for a couple of days is remarkable.
It's a big deal. You, as I stated, I'm not going to lie. I'm also a young journalist, and then I love what you do. When I put down the people that inspire me, your name is definitely on there. Yeah, great. You're doing amazing.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Great. So for a young girl who says she wants to be like Julia, she wants to be on the big screens, of course, you've been through it all. What would your advice be to that woman or that young girl?
So when I was growing up, there was no one who looked like me on TV doing sports. So it's not something I thought was possible or something I wanted to do, or one day I'm going to be there. It's not. I came into it because of my hard work, and the more I worked, the more I found opportunities. And I've always said, it doesn't matter your connections. It doesn't matter how you get into a place. The only way you're going to stay and make a name for yourself is through work ethic. And it doesn't matter. I don't care about being the prettiest or looking the nicest or sounding the best or having the best clothes. I care about being the hardest worker in the room. And that is what has got me to where I am today. So whether you want to be a journalist, or you want to be an actor, or you want to be, just thinking about the women who were at Women of Valor yesterday, you want to be a lawyer or whatever, you're not going to get anywhere without putting in the hours. Because nothing worth having will come easy. And you maybe it's not about studying or working hours. Maybe it's about the thinking that you do about what you want to do, or maybe it's you're putting in effort, whatever that is, and there'll be hours and hours of perfecting what you want to do. And then also just be open, you know, change path if things are not working for you, or be true to yourself. Because if you want to be a journalist, or you want to be a presenter in sport because there's space and there's more space, they need more women, but you don't love sport, you'll be found out very quickly. So yeah, you know, follow your passions and all of that advice that we always get, follow your passions. But just put in the work. There's no substitute for it.
So you mentioned of work ethics, you have to like what you want, and then, you know, building the long hours that you have to put in before, because it's not rosy. Some people, I'm sure some people hit your DM like, oh, I want to be like you, I want to mentor you. I don't know if you get more of that, but then for popular personalities here in Ghana, they always talk about women hit their DMs, like direct messages, and like, oh, I want you to be. Sometimes it's just overwhelming. It's a lot. You cannot attend to all of them at the same time. But then for you, for someone who might watch this interview, what are the values that one must possess as a woman who is really destined? You want to get into this career, you want to get into this space, whether male-dominated or not.
So the one thing I'll tell you is, women hit up my DMs. What did you study? What must I study? Where must I study? Please, people, I'm not Google. Go and look it up. Go and do your own research. You have to, anything you want to do, you have to be educate yourself on the subject matter, right? So that's the first thing.
Right.
I'm also not a recruiter for universities. I don't know what the options are, where you can study, what your grades are like. So I can never answer that. But what gets me every time is women saying, so must I really study the whole 4 years? Or isn't there another way? Do I have to study?
There's no shortcut.
Well, we live in an age of instant gratification. I think the idea that you're going to make it because you're pretty, pretty lasts for like 5 minutes on TV, and then what else do you have? So you have to have substance, you have to have passion for this thing, because we work on weekends. I work at 9 to 5. I work weekends, we travel, holidays. People are working. We are working here, So you have to be really passionate, because if you don't love it, you will resent those hours. You won't like it. Your camera ladies are standing in the sun on what day is today? Wednesday morning. They'd rather be in the pool.
Exactly.
But it's not always pleasant. The things you see on Instagram that we post, the interviews, or I went on a drive with a Formula E driver in a Porsche up Table Mountain. Amazing. But hey, that's not every day. So understand that it's not all glamour. And if you want glitz and glamour, then maybe this is not the best place for you. It's not the best industry. You have to be prepared. That is the most important thing. Because as women, unfortunately, we have to work twice as hard for people to think we are half as good as men. Even though people know you and they think, oh, she's good for a woman, or she's the best woman, or she's the nicest woman to look at. It's always going to be like that for us, unfortunately. Just accept it, but make sure you represent. Because if they're giving you a chance as a woman, there are like thousands of other women who also love to get the chance. So you have to represent, you have to do well, so that the next time there's a woman, they won't hesitate to give her an opportunity.
Great.
Yeah.
Now, just because you said that, you've been in the space, you've owned the space, what has been some of your greatest challenge in the, you talking sports, being in what they term as a male-dominated area?
I think, firstly, I was saying this at Women of Valor yesterday. I think everything is male-dominated. Okay, the world is run by men, unfortunately. Unfortunately, because we are not leading the world. Maybe just the beauty industry is female-dominated. So
even with now, there are a lot of men getting in there. Yeah.
So I think that the words that I say, or the advice that I have, based on my experiences, I'm finding that it's not just restricted to sports. Women in corporate, women in politics, we all experience the same thing. So just accept that this system was not designed for you, right? So that's the first thing. And I think you have to understand that you are different and you're going to be different. So some of my highlights have sometimes come because I'm a woman. And I don't mean because I look nice today. I mean, I think about the interview with Coach Pitso Mosimane. That was an iconic interview. Okay. They were playing Wydad Casablanca. He was the coach of Sundowns at the time. And there was some stuff going on off air. And they were making some racist comments. We didn't really pick that up on camera. So while I was doing my interview with him, Sundowns won, by the way. And one of the guys from Wydad Casablanca came and stood by the camera and was having a proper go at him and saying really ugly things. And he lashed out. They call the interview "Sort Him Out" because that's what he was shouting. Hey, sort him out. And I'm standing there with our microphone while everything is happening. We're live. And that was one of my greatest moments, because I think, firstly, I understood that I have to take control of the situation or they'll go to break.
Great.
Right? And I'll lose it. Secondly, actually, this is number one. I was thinking, I'm going to become a meme. I'm going to become a joke on the internet. I'm going to trend for being ridiculous. I have to take control of the situation. Own it. And I did. I stepped up and I explained what was happening. All adrenaline based, that you can't plan for something. You can never plan for live TV. But afterwards, when he calmed down, the empathy that I had, I think as a woman, naturally,
you have a lot,
made it a little bit easier for him to calm down and come back to the moment and answer the question. Sometimes you find that coaches as well are more you're more asking the human side of things because you're a woman, and they're more likely to be a little bit more open. We have that natural nurturing thing, which makes our interviews a little bit different to how our male counterparts would conduct it. Yeah, I think we can be a combination of strong and hard-hitting, but also empathetic.
We're all three sisters. We can do all the things.
Yeah.
You talked about when you want to own your space. Someone says, "Oh, I want to be like Julia." You have to really have knowledge of what you're doing. So when you're talking sports, you know what you're talking. You'll be found wanting if you just think it's just the pretty face and all that. So I just want to find out from you, how did the passion for sports develop? Was it from your dad? Because with me, I kind of started from home. My dad was watching football and all that. How did yours develop?
Yeah, same. Just having something in common with my dad, something to talk to my dad about, going to live matches in Cape Town, watching Premier League games in Cape Town, where I grew up. And then the sports is, the more you know, the more you want to know. And so, you become obsessed because now it's opened up a whole new group of people that you chat to. The boys at school. I was always the only girl, the only Arsenal fan at school, able to talk to them. And yeah, I think I cannot believe that someone is paying me to watch football. Like my bum is in the butter. How did I get so lucky? Yeah.
I see. Great. We're still talking to Julia. We'll take a quick break. This is Sports Check on GhanaWeb TV. I'm Paula Amaboni. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back. This is Sports Check on GhanaWeb TV. I'm seated with Julia Stuart. Julia, I was going through your Instagram and I chanced upon the post, like the best advice you've received. Just stay in your lane. Comparison is the thief of joy. Does that still remain like one of your favorite advice?
Yeah. People will try and say, oh, did you see what, hey Paula, did you see what your colleague is doing? Hey Paula, did you see your colleague's got this and that's happening, and you'll see on Instagram, oh, this one got to go to this game, or this one got to interview that, or she owns this item of clothing, or she has this kind of bag, and you'll spend your whole day miserable. Like, it's so important to understand. I've said this in the early part of the interview. The things that are meant for you won't pass you by. It's the hardest thing to know and to believe. How come someone's getting this right? When is my turn? The things that are meant for you will come for you. And the older I get, the more I work in this industry, I think back to things I missed out on. Oh, why didn't I get to work on that tournament? But other things have come and maybe better suited to me. I saw an interview recently with Letitia Wright from Black Panther.
Yeah.
And I love this. She said, it's not rejection, it's redirection. And when you feel rejected or something that you wanted maybe isn't happening for you, it's very easy to compare yourself. But like the quote says, it's the thief of joy. You won't enjoy where you are right now.
Just stay in your lane.
Stay in your lane, honey. It's nice here. There's no traffic. You can drive however fast or slow you want to. Yeah, it's great.
It's still one of the best advice. I also love to say whatever got my name on it is not going to pass me by. It's something I say, but yeah, I love that you also said it too.
You have to be your own competition. When I started, those words, people will say, this one, did you see what this one is doing? Oh, how come this one? And it's always women. They divide and conquer is the way people try and deal with women. We also do it ourselves. We try and internalize it ourselves. But why? Can we also form a girls' club? Can we also change the culture from within? Can we also start to understand that things that are mine will be mine?
Exactly.
And maybe that's meant for me in that moment. Maybe something else wasn't meant for me.
Great.
Yeah, very important.
Yeah. So, Julia, coming from South Africa, going to the World Stage, Sports International, would you say that the space is big enough to accommodate other women?
Yeah, 100%. There is so much space for everyone to shine, whether that be here in Ghana, on the Accra sports scene. I met so many TV broadcasters yesterday. So I know that there are a lot of women in sports, in the city, let alone this country. And we make a mistake. We think that there's only space for one woman to do well, but that's not true. There's space for everyone. And some people might be online, some people might be
TV,
some people
radio.
might do radio, some people might specialize in
Right.
pitch side reporting, some people might specialize in studio anchoring, some might be great with podcasts. You just have to find what works for you and what you love.
Great. So, who are some of the well-known female broadcasters? In Ghana, we say we have Juliet
Yes,
Bewa.
I know Juliet Bewa.
Julia.
I was with her at the World Cup.
Yeah.
She was also doing some work for Supersport there. My friend Chisom Mbono Ezuke, she's from Nigeria. She is amazing, and what I love about her, she's so passionate about telling stories, and she is really passionate about telling Nigerian football stories. She produces as well, so I think she's brilliant. She's one I really look up to, her storytelling ability. And then I know that cricket isn't big here, but Cass Naidu is a powerhouse of a woman. She's South African.
Okay.
She works cricket on Supersport, and she does tours and stuff for Sky as well. Cass runs a foundation and a set of women's awards called the G Sports for Girls Awards, and she is phenomenal. The way she started the website to tell women's sports stories, women in sports, the way she started the awards, and it grows year on year. I actually posted it last year.
Okay.
I don't know how she does it because she has a family and she does this job herself, by the way, and then she still runs a foundation and does all these amazing things that highlights and bring the profile of women's sport more into the spotlight. So I really look up to her, not because she's a fantastic broadcaster, which she is, but because she's using her power for good to help others come up, to mentor others, and also to put women's sport on the map.
Great. So there are a lot of women who are also in sports, doing things that would also, more of encourage young people who want to get into the field. Now, I know, let's talk more of women football. You've covered the FIFA Women's Cup and all that. It's a big deal and all that. But I just want to find out, do you think how possible, because some people, I'm not even going to say some people, I'll testify that when it comes to the Men's World Cup, there's a lot of eyeballs and all that. There's a whole lot, everybody want to know what is going on. What can we do to also ensure that when it gets to the FIFA Women's World Cup, we get a lot of attention and all the euphoria that it is, like, do better?
I do think that the FIFA Women's World Cup was fantastic the last time around, and I think the fallback from that, we saw Spain promising to put more money into their local league. And I know that in China as well, in the USA, they were going to put more money into it because the FIFA Women's World Cup were getting the highest number of TV viewers that they ever had before. The Women's Euros final was sold out at Wembley last year. I think there is improvement. Sponsors are stepping up to the plate. It's not even about equality. Although teams like this American women's team deserve to get the same amount, if not more, money than the men's team.
I saw that
because
news.
they won multiple World Cups. Last time, I know the US was back at the World Cup at Qatar 2022, but before that, they didn't even qualify. So in those cases, yes, they need to be rewarded. It's definitely about sponsorship and TV. And how it works is the more women in leadership roles in sponsorship can decide where the money goes. The more women in leadership roles in TV can decide where the money goes, where the rights go, what they're going to show. And I was pleasantly surprised at the number of men who messaged me to say, loved your work on the FIFA Women's World Cup semi-final or final. Like, great that they're watching. I think we're changing it, not even slowly anymore. I think female athletes are becoming household names already, not just because there's a daughter in the house who plays football. But I want to say that the ICC Women's T20 Cricket World Cup in South Africa was just completed. Sold out stadiums.
Great.
Sold out stadiums. And that is all about the marketing. Great. That is also all about the ICC as a sporting body saying, we need sellouts, and they've managed it. It was phenomenal. There was obviously a lot of celebration, a lot of hype, a lot of excitement because South Africa reached the final. The Momentum Proteas, they lost unfortunately, but it was their first ever final. So, if we can repeat that, if we can replicate that in football, mind you, Barcelona was reaching record crowds for their Women's Champions League matches, and so I think we're getting there. I don't think women's football
maybe in Africa the mentality is still busy changing.
Yeah,
Maybe that's what you mean. But I think worldwide, nah,
Great.
we are getting there, girl.
Great. For the international, I think we are getting there and all that. But then locally on our continent, what can we do to get more eyeballs and all that?
We need to get women in power, in positions of power. And the women who are in positions of power need to back women. Because sometimes you find that it's harder. Like coming up, I was having this discussion with Nana Abba and she said to me, the people who have helped her in her career, when she thinks back, it's been a lot of men, like giving her a show, giving her a space, or encouraging her. Then I thought back to my own career. Robert Marawa, that's the person who said to me, be on my show. That's the first chance I got on TV. That's where people first saw me. My first news editors were men.
Wow.
So why are we not changing that in this day and age? You know, the people who've made my life difficult at work, unfortunately, have been women. So why are women not helping other women and women's sports? The people who are big sponsors. At CAF, we have women who are involved. Why are they not doing more? In my own country, I have to say, women's teams, every professional team does not have a women's team as well. And that's long past time for that to happen, you know? Mamelodi Sundowns doing so well in the CAF Women's Champions League. They won it, they were in the final. They represent, but not every team in our professional league has a women's team.
We have to do better. If it's starting from the stations, positions and all that, we have to do better. And as I say, if we get to the top, we also have to create room for other women to follow that path. But do you see a female head in CAF maybe one time soon?
I don't know about our attitude with this continent. I don't know if we're ready for it.
We're ready for it.
Not that there's no woman who can lead.
We have a lot.
It's not that.
We have.
Are we ready for it? To accept?
Great.
I don't know. What do you think?
I think we're born ready. It's just that some people might think that, oh, she's not qualified. The whole thing that comes with it. But then trust me, if we're given that position, we can do way better.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not that women are not ready. It's the mentality of people, men and women, to say, can a woman do it? Can a woman lead? And the strange thing is, she won't just be judged on the job she's doing. She'll be judged on how she looks, who she associates with, what her hair's like, what clothes she's wearing. That's what we still face.
But I love your style. Come to clothes. I love your style, the way you style. But wait, but between sneakers and heels, what are you going to go for?
Depends.
Depends.
On the occasion. If I can get away with wearing sneakers every day, I will do that. Obviously not now. I'm wearing flip-flops right now, sandals, because it's so hot here
in Ghana.
But yeah, especially in the World Cup, I curated my own look.
Yeah.
With help from our Supersport stylist. We have help. We have an amazing stylist at Supersport.
Great.
Her name is Taryn. She doesn't just do style. She does image consulting.
Great.
So you say, this is what I want to look like. This is the brand I want to project.
And she creates it.
Yeah.
I love your style, definitely. If I was supposed to rate your closet, I would not waste a minute. Yeah.
It's difficult. I buy so much clothes because it's work clothes and real life clothes. And yeah, if I have like 5 different black blazers because, you
have to
3 or 4 times a week. So
exactly.
You can't wear the same. Taryn won't let us wear one outfit twice in a season.
Oh.
She's crazy like that. Like, no one remembers. I remember. That's what she'll say.
The image is important too.
Very. I've had to learn that. I never knew that. Starting out in this business, I thought,
anything goes.
And we have to wear those boxy big blazers and a shirt. We are not men. And men know we are not men. Even if you dress like a man, they know.
I love
what you're wearing as well, though. So I think you have your own thing going on.
Thank you, Julia. Yeah. Now, before we wrap, I just want to find out, who are your favorite Ghanaian players?
Thomas Partey. Thomas Partey.
Okay.
I hope he wins the Premier League this season.
I'm also an Arsenal fan, so
amazing.
That makes us
Arsenal fans are so traumatized. People think we care about being top and falling off top. We are just enjoying life.
I felt like we were so close to it, but hey,
no. I'm just enjoying that we're playing beautiful football and winning. I have not seen that in a long time. I was at the Emirates Stadium and even to watch Arsenal beat Man United.
Okay.
And even the mood in the stadium is just different.
Crazy.
So, love Thomas Partey. Riyad Mahrez, I think, is one who is very underrated in that Man City team. But he's phenomenal.
Great.
Mo Salah, of course.
Mo Salah too.
just African footballers in general, and Sadio Mane. Hey,
Sadio.
what happened when he left Liverpool? Right. So then from Ghana as well, of course, my friend, Asamoah Gyan, your legend. Absolutely adore him. What a guy. He's the reason I'm here. He put me in touch with Nana
great.
Asamoah, yes.
Shout out to Asamoah.
Yeah, shout out to Baby Jet. I think Kudus.
Mohamed Kudus too.
Phenomenal,
He's one of our star players.
And he's going to make a really, really big, not that Ajax isn't big, but he's going to make an even bigger move. I think Tariq Lamptey. He told me to have jollof rice here. Yes, we were interviewing him for SuperSport and Premier League. So those are some of the ones I love currently. Thomas Partey, #1 for me at the moment.
Okay.
What he's doing this season and the role he's playing is just phenomenal.
Great. Now, the women footballers for the Nigerian footballer who plays for Barcelona, Asad Oshoala.
Yes.
Yeah. Some people think that they haven't given her flowers. Do you think that she's celebrated enough?
I think so. I think she is. You know what it is? It's Putellas is winning all the Ballon d'Ors and she's winning all the FIFA awards. So it feels like Asad Oshoala isn't getting the same kind of recognition.
But she's an amazing player.
No,
she is
superstar.
amazing.
I don't think anyone doesn't think that she is.
Great.
We have some phenomenal female players from South Africa, Banyana ladies, who are doing such big things and they are playing internationally. It is brilliant to see, man. Brilliant to see. Like we have Tembi Kgatlana who's playing in America right now.
Okay.
There's Jermaine Sehosenwe who's doing well. There's Jeline van Beek who's doing well. There's Linda Mutlalo. Like all our girls are just making waves overseas and they are household names. I'm not ashamed to say when I started, and maybe only knew Portia Modise. I could name 1 or 2 South African female players' names. Now, probably the whole starting 11 I can do.
I see.
Amazing,
great.
Amazing. That's change. That's change. If a woman who is speaking on football can tell you that,
a lot. That's change.
Yeah.
So great. Final one. Who is the GOAT in football? Let me just get it from Julia.
I think this is, I'm sorry, with all due respect, it's a silly question.
Really? The debate?
Yeah.
The GOAT debate,
Do you know how blessed we are to be living in an era when there is both Messi and Ronaldo? Messi's not paying me to say he's the GOAT. I watch both and enjoy both. The records that they have been setting, the fact that they are still playing at this age and maturing like fine South African wine, it is remarkable to me. Just shows that the mind is the most powerful thing. Some of the goals that we've seen them score, some of the records that we've seen them break, long-standing records from men like Diego Maradona, from men like Pele, those kinds of things that we are seeing and witnessing right now. I'm getting involved in no debates.
Yeah. So even with the GOAT, it doesn't really have to boil down to Messi or Ronaldo. Like you mentioned Pele or not. Pele still is my greatest, but the current one would just choose Ronaldo or Messi. But yeah, before we wrap up, Julia, your final words, your advice to women as we celebrate International Women's Day, to a woman who wants to be in a male-dominated space and all that. What would your advice be to that person?
It's such a hard one. How do you sum it up? It's going to be difficult. There is no easy path to it.
Great.
And as long as you maintain your integrity, as long as you do what you are comfortable with, as long as you give your best every day,
you've got it.
You've got this. Yeah,
Great.
You absolutely have got this. That's all. There's no secret to it. There's no special spice, no recipe. No, it's just about doing you, because your power is that no one is like you. There's only one you.
Thank you.
So just show up every day. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Julia. It was a pleasure. It was an honor sitting with you to, talk everything sports and all that. Yeah, great. So I did this with Julia Stuart. She is broadcaster with Sports International. We had an amazing conversation with Talk Women's Sports. It was a 360. I know that you really enjoyed this interview, special one on Sports Check. I am Paula Amabruni. Thanks for doing the watching.
This is a letter to my 25-year-old self. And At the time, I just graduated from medical school, so here we go. All right. So, dear you, it's me. You've just graduated from med school, and it felt like such an anticlimax, I know. I remember. And you're wondering if you made a mistake by doing medicine in the first place. But look on the bright side. This is a path that engages all your faculties and helps you approach problems in a unique way. Dear Zana, don't do surgery. I was doing surgery at the time. Focus on complementary medicine. Trust your gut and do that course in naturopathic medicine because that is the future. You don't know it yet, but you're going to have a daughter in 2 years, and she is going to make you change your path entirely. Carry your bump with pride and don't be too hard on yourself. Remember, she's not a project. Take it easy on her. Oh, and make an effort to have a better social life. It's not all about the work and it's not all about the study. Travel more. And you know that mountain that you wanted to climb in Ireland? Climb it. Men. Okay. So, beware of a man who comes into your life and tells you stories about controlling with money, because that will be you on the other end of control. Rolling my eyes. In brackets. And please, listen to your mom when she gives you insights about men coming your way. She's not trying to keep you single. She knows what she's talking about. You don't know it yet, but you're going to have 2 more children, and they are going to change your perspective on what you thought you could and couldn't do. But they will give you a strength you didn't know you had, an endurance you didn't know was possible. But they will also make you think thoughts that you never thought possible when you used to judge those other mothers. Remember, it's okay not to be strong all the time. And it's all right to ask for help. You don't have to do it all on your own. And remember, you also have a lot of good friends who want to be there for you. Let them. Everything that you're learning is going to be useful someday. Trust the process, because it will make a difference to someone else someday. Finally, Daddy's not going to be alive forever, so make sure you spend more time with him, and make sure the kids spend even more time with him, because they are going to miss him. And last but not least, give your mom a break. She's tough, but she still loves you. And don't be too hard on her. In a few years from now, you're going to be moving back to Ghana. You don't know it yet, but it's going to be one of the most challenging times of your life. But don't give up. And don't spend too much time crying quietly. Step out, be brave, and enjoy the process, because it's going to be fun. Hopefully, you won't make that many mistakes now that I've sent you a few notes. But even if you do, it's okay. It's part of the process. Wear your scars with pride. Love. You're 25 plus 25. Not yet. All right. Your almost 45-year-old self.
Very clear background as to where we've come from all this while and where we are and where he, in his estimation, we're going to take the country to. When you are leader of a country, as he is, first of all, what you require is candor, is to be candid to the people, to tell the people the truth, to be transparent and to be accountable to the people. I think that first ingredient in the president's speech was absolutely encouraging, that he told the people as it is, that we inherited an economy and built it and had single-digit inflation, as he pointed out, at 7.5%, had one of the fastest economic growth, had a deficit of 5%, the first in 2 decades, and COVID and the Russia-Ukraine war got our economy out of gear. And secondly, and more importantly in my view, the president inspired a lot of hope. and there is a sense of clarity as to where he's taking this country to, and the gamut of measures his government is implementing to ensure that we pull this country out of the current difficulties we find ourselves in. For me as a Ghanaian, and I don't speak on this occasion as a minister, for me as a Ghanaian, that is what you require from your president. And finally, I think, also, is the point that the president made about the need for us to count our blessings. I think that is also absolutely important, because as we do know, and you can verify that, in some countries today, even common foodstuffs, you will not find them in supermarkets. In Nigeria, there are queues at the fuel station. In South Africa, there is massive power interruptions, doomsday in South Africa of all places. And in several countries, there is famine as a result of the global economic situation we find ourselves in. But mercifully in Ghana, through the stewardship of President Akufo-Addo and his government, and our collective efforts, we have not gotten ourselves in such precarious situation. And finally, and above all, I think also the call for unity, that clarion call for unity, where the president sought to rally the country behind his vision and behind the Ghana project. I think today is a great day to be Ghanaian. As the president quite rightly pointed out, we have difficulties. The government is not shaking responsibility. The government is not closing its eyes to those things. The government is facing the realities of our time, that there are difficulties the Ghanaian people are going through. There are challenges which are confronting our country. But by and large, we have a government that is on top of the machine, that has a grip of the situation, and in a not too distant future, the government will fix the situation and pull this country out of the doldrums and take us back to the era of economic growth and bring relief to the masses of our people. I am very encouraged by the president's plan.
Permission. Our need for technological reinforcement within all our structures and spaces is unending, and we will continue to push the frontiers of our engagement with the technologies of information and economic development and human transformations. This nation should embrace the Ibawumia phenomenon. It's going to help us tremendously. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I was elated that the president addressed something which has been mocking us for years in terms of the massive import bill of this nation. There is no economy that will be very functional if your imports, in terms of cost analysis, is more than what you export. More so when there are a lot of local material we can produce to generate a lot of income and help the local economy. And the president said this, and I'm of the humble view that when the MPP should break the 8, this particular undertaking should be pushed the farthest to release this country from the fetters of, the external forces. Honorable Speaker, let me say this, let me call this, and then, with your kind permission, I'll resume my seat. In 2021, Ghana's total import bill was put at 13.7 billion, according to GRA and ICUMS. On the evidence of existing local production capacity, we have identified a list of 20 priority products in the categories of primary agricultural products, processed foods, and manufactured goods, where we can confidently enhance domestic production. Among these are rice, fish, poultry, fruit juice, sugar, tomatoes, vegetable oils, oil palm, fertilizers, pharmaceuticals, soaps, detergents, insulated iron, ceramic products, corrugated paper and paperboard, cement, clinker, and motor vehicles. Right, Honorable Speaker, I believe this is a game changer, that these products can be produced in this country so that the local economy will take, rather than depending on foreign exports. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is how I end. We as a nation should not surrender to the limitations of the moment. especially our good friends on the other side of the aisle who are very despondent. Again, I say, let us free ourselves from the shackles of despair. The economy will bounce back into glory. We better believe that. If it is not good and you wish this government ill, what kind of economy are you going to inherit? You'll be in the pit from day one. So your economy should be good. So that in a likely event that you come and succeed us, you have something to, use to develop this nation. This is a commitment of the president, and we should all rally behind him that there's light at the end of the tunnel. I'm grateful to you, Honourable Speaker, for this space.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member for Abuakwa South. We will now come to the turn of Honourable John Jinapo, who is also a ranking member, and therefore 15 minutes is allotted to you. So, Honourable Member, you may take your floor now. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I do know that in your heart of hearts, you wish you could invite me to that table. But once Honourable Adongo has been there, I'm sure at another time, I'll surely address this house from that table. Because, Mr. Speaker, I feel very, 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 very sad that yesterday the president lost the opportunity to rally the nation. He was supposed to present the State of the Nation address and not the State of COVID address to the people of Ghana. What the president did yesterday was to blame COVID for everything and exonerate himself. That is what the president did yesterday. But unfortunately, for the president, we will debate the State of the Nation and we'll set the record straight. And I want to set the record straight from following on from what the Deputy Majority Leader said. He says that President Mahama said he cannot reduce electricity. Deputy Majority Leader, you might want to check the archive. What you said is completely false. In June 2016, we reduced electricity tariffs by 50%. That is a fact. Mr. Speaker, we can have our own sets of opinion. Mr. Speaker, I quote from another source. President John Dramani Mahama has been commended for taking a bold and excellent initiative in reducing the much criticized electricity tariff. Source, Ghana Business News, that is one. 2, Ghana News Agency. Mr. Speaker, we speak with facts. On this side of the house, we speak with facts. We just don't argue. And so when I point the facts to you, what you have to do is to contravene these facts with facts. I've given the source, I've given the dates, and I've given the media houses. When it comes to the electricity sector, Mr. Speaker, this same government, and I'll quote again, Mr. Speaker, everything I say, I'll give the source. Running mate to the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has said that President John Dramani Mahama and the National Democratic Congress administration deserve no credit for solving the energy crisis known in local parlance as Dumso. This is John Bawumia. This is not John Dramani Mahama. This is not John Jinapo. This is Dr. Bawumia in 2016 saying that even though President John Dramani Mahama has solved the Dumso problem, he will not give him credit. And I have the video of Dr. Bawumia, not just the media report, the video. At least you can deny media report, video. Unless you tell me that Dr. Bawumia is not credible. Unless you tell me that Dr. Bawumia believes in double standard. Unless you tell me that today's vice president is not somebody you can trust. It's not somebody you can place premium on. He must be consistent. And you people must be consistent. If the vice president in 2016 himself verbally told the people of Ghana that President Mahama has indeed fixed Dumso, he has no business, and the president has no business standing before parliament and peddling such unsubstantiated allegation that he inherited Dumso. Go and check the records on the PURC. Go and check the records from Gridco, and you will realize that in the whole of 2016, we never declared load shedding. You can concoct your own stories, fabricate your own facts, and come and stand here and misrepresent same, and think that we on the side of the NDC would buy your concocted stories. It will not wash today, it will not wash tomorrow. And let me put it on record, and this is incontrovertible evidence, that by the time we were leaving office, we had comprehensively, holistically solved the problem of Dunso that we inherited as a government. That is a fact, and the records speak for themselves. Tell me, then when did you solve Dumso? If you inherited Dumso, which day did you solve Dumso? You tell us. If you inherited Dumso, tell us when you solved it. Which month, which year? Because there can only be a terminal point. If you indeed inherited Dumso, you must tell us that by January or February 2018 or 2017, you resolved Dumso. This issue of inheritance of Dumso can only be the imagination of people who do not understand the energy sector. And as far as I remain the ranking member, I will not allow this false narrative to continue without it being challenged. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that in just less than 1 year, and I mean less than 1 year, in less than 1 year, this government has increased electricity tariffs by 80%. If you don't know, let us tell you. So this your story that you have reduced electricity tariffs is meaningless. And you've had to reduce it because in the finance minister's own statement, and I refer to page 8, paragraph 53, the IMF has compelled him, this government, that you should go and increase electricity tariffs because the tariffs are not reflective. It's in his own statement, he admitted it. Not only that, he admitted that as part of prior approval, they had to publish the COVID report. And when you go and commit to the IMF that you will publish the COVID report, and indeed it is published, you then turn around after bashing from the public to say that the Auditor General shouldn't have published the report. When you were signing that agreement with the IMF, you didn't know that it was obligatory. And I refer you to paragraph 53. Everything I say here, in chief, everything I say, Mr. Speaker, I give the document, I give the page, and even go to the extent of giving the paragraph. And if it becomes necessary, in that paragraph, even the line, I will tell you whether it's line 3, line 2, or line 4. That is how you debate, Mr. Speaker, and not to come with all kinds of fictitious statements. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to access rate, and I want to deal with the energy sector quickly before I come to the economy, we increased access rate from 50 to 80%. President Akufo-Addo from 80 to 88%. Mr. Speaker, in the petroleum sector, we, by the time we're leaving office, handed over 3 oil fields to this government. This government has not been able to add even 1. President Akufo-Addo will go down in history as the only president who added nothing to the petroleum sector in 8 years. You came here with the Arcade deal. It has failed. AGM has withdrawn from the Arcade deal. Just this week, AGM announced that that Arcade deal, they will no longer go by it. You came here with the ExxonMobil deal. We told you to be careful. You wouldn't listen. That one too has failed. ExxonMobil issued a statement in 2021 and said that they are no longer interested in this country. What record do you have in the energy sector? And you have the audacity, the temerity, the impudence to come and stand here and tell us that you've done something in the energy sector. Mr. Speaker, where is that achievement? President Akufo-Addo must be told the truth that he has failed when it comes to the energy sector.
Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, please.
Even the word audacity, if the word audacity.
Honorable member, please, listen to me. the words are too strong. Please. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I said the audacity. And when we say audacity, if you want, I will define it with
honorable member.
It's please, not an insultive word.
Please, we can go on with the debate, but please let's respect the because people are listening. So, our honorable member, it's not just a matter of going to your Google to just reframe it in such a way that the students are here and other people. Honorable members, please. Honorable members, please allow me, please.
Mr. Speaker,
John,
if the word audacity offends our colleagues on the other side, I withdraw the word audacity and replace it.
Impudence.
I withdraw all.
Withdraw all.
I withdraw all, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I withdraw all.
Yes.
Because, and I hope you are taking care of the time. Because I'm learning from President Mahama. I withdraw all.
Withdraw.
And
withdraw
I
and move
apologize to them if they want me to. I don't mind, Mr. Speaker. I'll still make my point.
Honorable member, withdraw and move on.
Let me continue. This is a government that criticized President Mahama for signing the AFSA deal. This government has maintained that we have so much excess capacity. Is that not the case? Immediately the AFSA deal expired, this government has extended that deal by 10 good years. Hey. Not only have they extended it by 10 good years, they have included the take-or-pay agreement in the new AFSA agreement that they have signed. Oh. If this is not double standard, Mr. Speaker, what else is this? You can't trust them. You cannot trust President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia, because when they are in opposition, their tone and their stand is different. Immediately they assume office, they tend to look at the other round. Mr. Speaker, I'm not surprised that this country is in this mess. It is true that COVID has happened, but what you do in any proper dispensation is that you compare. That's all. That is what you do. Compare Ghana to Cote d'Ivoire, to Senegal, to Burkina, to Uganda, to Congo, to war-torn Eritrea. Have their currency depreciated by 53%? No. COVID affects everybody. Yeah. It affects all currencies. When they say there's COVID, it doesn't affect only the Ghanaian cedi. And so all currencies should be performing at par. Your currency, I'm coming there, your currency is even worse than the Ukrainian currency. And you tell us that it is COVID. And that is my worry. You don't even understand the problem. If you understood the problem, then you'll be finding the solution. Which country in Africa has an inflation rate of 54%? Tell us. There's COVID. Which country? One country that has an inflation rate of 54%.
Honorable member, your time. Honorable members, please, I'm monitoring the meeting. You have 15 minutes, please. I'm saying, wind up, please.
So how many minutes more?
You are left with 2 minutes.
2 minutes, I'll do this. Mr. Speaker, I can understand. When you have a government that has failed this way, a government that cannot even appreciate the problem, they would always want you to wind up. But it doesn't matter, Mr. Speaker. I'll use the 2 minutes judiciously. They told us that we will never go to IMF. The finance minister was even quoting the Bible. That so-called collab and whatever, they went and saw the promised land, and that they won't go to IMF today, tomorrow, no. Look at where they've ended this. Such an abysmal performance. Mr. Speaker, and you want another 4 years? Another 4 years to kill the people of Ghana? Another 4 years to disseminate the economy? Another 4 years to mutilate the economy? Mr. Speaker, let me state here that you should rather be preparing to write your handing over notes. Even as my uncle Ketiamon, as he's gearing to go to the ministry, please, when you go, just ask for the handing over notes and start writing your handing over notes. Because you are going out of office. Mr. Speaker, on that note, let me tell the Minister of Information, Minister of Communication, that
I'll be coming to your office to pay a visit to you. And those who are preparing to receive. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Honorable members, please, the debaters, take this note. Since we gave the earlier caution that we are not going to take any point of order, any interruptions, you should also be mindful that you don't specifically mention anybody's name. Because I'm not going to give that person the right of rejoinder or the right of reply. So please debate without mentioning anybody's name. Let's be fair to each other, please. So we move to should I come to you? Honorable Osler. Yes, if you are ready, then let's take the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the debate on the message of the State of the Nation delivered by...
Nana Hima, may speak up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the message of the State of the Nation. One thing that struck me clearly during His Excellency the President's recounting of we got to this position is that Ghanaians really do have a short memory. I remember vividly what we went through during the year of COVID and how pressure was put on us to do whatever was necessary to ensure that this country was spared from the ravages of this pandemic. Money was not an issue then, and nobody did anything to use the words that to spend profligately, as some have indicated. But I'm not surprised that today we've forgotten what we went through and are striving all manner of reasons for our current economic state. Because they've already admitted that we have a short memory. But there is nothing that this government has attempted to do which has not been opposed by our friends on the other side of the aisle. Even free SHS ended up in court because our friends on the other side opposed it. But I'm happy that the President has reminded us that 2 million students, pupils, who would otherwise have not had an education, by virtue of the fact that the government took upon itself the cost of providing senior high school education, have now been given a chance to succeed in life in whatever vocation they choose for themselves because the basics have been provided for them. It came at cost. 95% of the questions I get asked here relate to when connectivity will be extended to the communities of my colleagues in this House. This guy looking at the slow pace of implementation of rural to go and take a loan, a facility, to expedite the rolling out of Connect this country. That is part of the debt stock of this country. Now, if you look at the fact that from 2009 to 2016, only 7 sites were rolled out in this country. 78 in 8 years under the previous government. 78 sites were rolled out in 8 years. But as we speak today, almost 2,000 rural telephony sites have been rolled out, connecting unconnected parts of this country and enabling all of our citizens living in those areas to be part of the fourth industrial revolution going on. It took a facility and a far-sighted government which understood the need for rapid digitalization of our economy to enable us to recover as quickly as possible and become a world-class economy, to take those steps. Mr. Speaker, it is instructive, and I'd like to quote from the World Bank President David Malpass, that without digitalization, we won't be able to reap the full benefits of human progress. Digitalization is vital in transforming social services, finance, health, education, and agric. And the IMF March 2021 annual report also indicated that to rebuild our post-COVID economy to recovery, we should remake its root and branch, with digitalization leading the way. So it is no accident, this focus that this government has put on digitalization. And we will continue along that path and do whatever it takes to ensure that every citizen of this country is fully connected. The President spoke about some of the initiatives that we're undertaking. And with the medical drone delivery service, which has become the largest medical drone delivery service in the world. But when we started it, what did our friends on the other side say? Their women's organizers said the drones were going to spy on the women's breasts in this country. That is how they understood this record-breaking initiative that was introduced by this government. How on earth would you even think in those terms about such a revolutionary initiative, which has delivered some 14.8 million units of life-saving medicines, vaccines, and blood products to health facilities in Ghana? How would you think that we're introducing it to spy on women's breasts? But that's the mentality. It's the same mentality which caused them to oppose the National ID project, to oppose the digital address system, to oppose free SHS, to oppose mobile money interoperability, to oppose almost everything that this government tried to introduce, but to which they are and their families are beneficiaries of. Mr. Speaker, it is instructive that we live in this country where our friends on the other side think being in opposition means you have to oppose everything. But we need to move beyond that and think about the interests of our country. Yes, we are in a difficult position currently, but as the President says, this too shall pass. No individual, no company, no organization, no country on this earth has been able to develop without having challenges in the process that they have been able to surmount and overcome. In the same vein, the current challenges that we are going through as a country, we will surmount and overcome. Many of the initiatives that we're undertaking are beginning to bear fruit, and they will continue to do so. And Mr. Speaker, I just returned from the UK, and if people say that in comparing our economy to others, they don't see why we are challenged. Even tomatoes, cucumber, eggs are being rationed in UK department stores. Nowhere in any market in this country are tomatoes being rationed. So like the President indicated, we must count our blessings. We must appreciate the strides that we have made as a country. We must be grateful that the Lord continues to be gracious unto us. Even in the midst of our challenges, the lights are on. There's no doomsday. And if somebody says that electricity prices were reduced by 50% in 2015 when we were sleeping in darkness, I don't know what that person is talking about. We are living witnesses of the fact that we were sleeping in darkness in 2015. And yet they claim they reduced electricity prices. The light is not on. What prices are you reducing? Yes, if the lights are not on, exactly what prices are you reducing? But the fact that you quote some source doesn't mean that what you're quoting is a credible source. We all know that there is something called fake news and misinformation, and it is proliferating in this our time. So you must indicate with much more credibility the sources that you're quoting from, them merely to state that it's a newspaper publication. Many newspaper publications have been found to be false. Mr. Speaker, So I would not be like our friends on the other side who never see anything good that anyone else has done by themselves, and say that the previous government did attempt to put in place some digital infrastructure. But if you say you put in place the Eastern Corridor fiber from Accra to Boko, that's a palpable lie. The fiber from Accra to Boko was done in 2017 under my watch as Minister of Communications during the time of this MPP administration. Accra to Ho was put in place by this administration. Ho to Boko was part of the Eastern Corridor fiber, which was put in place by the previous administration. Please, I choose my words carefully. Don't look so incredulous. What I'm saying is a fact. Thank you. The person I was speaking to knows, and he's smiling now because he was looking shocked. Just listen to me. I'm speaking from facts. Now, even that Eastern Corridor fiber that was put in place during the previous administration was done in such a shoddy manner that we had to go and seek additional financing to lay that fiber properly. But it was there and it is being utilized, and I'll give you the credit because unlike you, if you do something, we will recognize it and give you the credit for it. But please acknowledge the fact that the strides that are being made under this administration in terms of its digitalization are totally, completely unprecedented and has set Ghana on another level when it comes to digital economy in this continent. And that is also a fact. But we thank God that we appreciated the fact that a time would come that we would need that digital infrastructure to help us to live normal. That time was COVID. And we all saw what that did to us. But from integration of databases with our national ID card, which our friends opposed and called for a national boycott of, digitalization of the passport office, a paperless court, digitalization of the DVLA, the Registrar General's Department, Births and Deaths, SNIT, Scholarship Secretariat applications, Ghana.gov applications. They are too numerous to mention. Every facet of our life has been impacted and improved through the efforts of this government under the leadership of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Accra Digital Center was an empty shell, I've said so here before, at Dakato when we took office. Now it is full to capacity and providing meaningful jobs to our young people. Please, it is important, and I'll quote from the President's closing remarks, that we recognize that throughout history, there are many instances of nations going through periods where dark clouds create shadows that momentarily shield the yearned-for vision from sight. Such moments should not be ones in which despair takes over. Such moments call for strength of character, sense of purpose, and an abiding commitment to the general good. The general good being the interest of this country. So let us continue to believe in ourselves and in our capacity to overcome the problems that are before us. Our teachers are being paid, our nurses are being paid their allowances, free SHS is ongoing, free TVET is ongoing, there are no fuel queues. Even Nigeria is still continuing to experience long at their fuel stations. We don't have any. We don't have any shortages. Our shops and our markets are full. And by God's grace, we have the funds to be able to continue living a decent life. And let's believe in our capacity to overcome our current contemporary problems, because this is also a passing phase and we will surmount it. As the President said, we've done it before and we will do it again. And we pray that the good Lord continues to bless us. But let us stop being so pessimistic in our outlook on life. Let us speak blessings on our country. Let us stop bemoaning our situation as if we are the worst that has ever happened to us. We are much, much better off than many of our neighbors. And many of them come here and their mouths gape. And they wonder whether Ghana is a country on the African continent because they know what they are experiencing in their countries of origin and wherever it is they're coming from. Things are not all doom and gloom. So let's celebrate the successes that we've been able to chalk in all fields of endeavor and know that no matter how bad it is, we are much better off than many other of our compatriots. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your opportunity.
Thank you very much. It is now the turn of Honorable George Kwaku Rickett-Hagan. But, Honorable Member, before you begin, indulge me to suspend the House for 5 minutes.
The young girls trying to venture into football but are scared because it's a male-dominated space. What are some of the things you'd like to tell them?
You can't be scared because there's enough of us now to show you it can be done. I know that it's a very daunting space to be in. No one really knows where to start, but every journey will be different. I was a print journalist starting in rugby. Other people started in radio, other people were entertainers first and then in sports. So everybody's journey is different, and I will repeat this. Your power is in your uniqueness. There is nobody who's like you. So exactly like Omotola said earlier on, you have to lean into that. And don't be afraid. If you're passionate about it, it'll show, and that's really all you can do. When I finished matric, I had no idea what I was going to study. I didn't know. And you don't have to have everything figured out right away. I don't think so. Is there that kind of pressure on young people to do that? To know you want to be a doctor and to go into that? No.
The Gen Z thing now, so I think.
Really? No, I don't think so. I think there's a saying that in your lifetime, you might have 7 different kinds of jobs or 7 different kinds of careers. So there is nothing permanent. You can go into something, discover that you don't like it and switch to something else. Hard work. Yes, maybe you need the privilege of having the funds or the time, but the only thing that's permanent, there's nothing that's permanent. The only thing that's permanent is death. Until then, you're still living. You can change. You can change your mind. You can follow a different career. It might mean that you have to do more work. Nana Ama, who's been my chaperone this week, she's working and studying. It's possible.
Ourselves as women and to empower ourselves, is always a welcome development. The reason, as explained earlier, is because a lot of women do not really understand their own strength because a lot of people continue to beat them down. We heard one of the speakers say that with everything that she has accomplished, that's Jules, someone said, oh, she slept her way to the top. This is something you hear a lot, and it needs to stop. What people do in their private is not your business, and it does not take away from the hard work. There's many men that are more sluts than women, but we don't define them by how many people they sleep with. And I understand the differences as well. Respecting that and understanding it still needs to stop. Enough already. Women need to be respected for the hard work that they do, that they bring to the table, and that they have expressed, in their lives. If you see a woman who works very hard, respect her for what she does and let her get what is due for what she does. And it's old to insult women with those kind of nonsense stuff. I implore a lot of women to stop being embarrassed by it. There is no strong woman that has not been called names. You know, when you have the opportunity, look them in the eye and say, that's on you. That's a reflection of you, not me. Wakanda is not even an African movie. So, I don't know. We've had a lot of movies that made it to the international stage. So it depends on what kind of international stage you're talking about. If you are saying to the Oscars or to the Academy, which is we're getting there. We've had African movies. We've had the movie from South Africa at the time, Tutsi. Tutsi won an Oscar. We've had another one, I think, was it Casablanca from Morocco or something? I'm not very sure now, but so we've had, tickets here, and then we've had, I think, 1 or 2 nominations. So maybe not the volume that we want, but we're working very hard. We're not trying to be mediocre, and we don't want to be pitied. That's another thing that I'm hoping that we don't get to. We don't get to a point where they feel like, oh, let's just pity them. Let's just give it to them just because they're an African country. No, we want to earn our place. We want to show that we're storytellers. We want to show that we're intelligent. And we want to show that we're just as good as every other industry in the world. And the time is now. The time is now.
Letter to my 25-year-old self is to tell her that 5 years from now, would it really matter? Would what you're stressing about, what you're agitating over, really matter? We do come to crossroads moments in our lives, and I've really been thinking about what to tell her. But at that stage, I was torn between getting married or going to Yale. And we do give in to a lot of pressure from family, friends, the church, and everywhere that if you're not married, you're not whole. And that is the ultimate that you can have in life. And so I had the opportunity to go to Yale. She had the opportunity to go to Yale. And there was a young man who was wooing her at the time. And she decided that, okay, let me go and get married. But those are crossroads moments in our lives. Whatever decision you take in your life would influence your future. And we have to take it carefully. Maybe if I had gone to Yale, I wouldn't be sitting here as a member of parliament and your minister today. And so the Lord knew. But that was a decision that we had to take. And no matter what it is, you're agitated, you're fretting, you're worrying, you're thinking about what would everybody else think about me. Never ever lose sight of you. It is your life. The decisions you take, you would have to live with for the rest of your life. The consequences you would have to suffer for the rest of your life. So we did it. 5 years on, I knew that it was a wrong decision. That marriage didn't last. But here I am today. Where would I have been if I hadn't taken that decision at that time? But you can be fulfilled even if you're single. Just get on and do what matters to you, what's important to you, what would enable you to also contribute your little quota to the development of your world. And your world involves those around you, the workplace in which you are. And there's nothing you can't do if you put your mind to it. So I've been wondering where I would have been. Probably I'd have been an academic and lecturing in some corner somewhere. Maybe even living in the US and never coming back to Ghana. So I'm glad I took the decision to get married. And so Ursula, you did good. It's come with its own challenges and difficulties, but it was well worth it. So no matter what decision that you take in your life, the most painful thing you can do to yourself is to live a life of regrets. And you do nobody any favors if you do that. Pros and cons follow every decision that you take. But look on the bright side of things and always make the most of whatever opportunities that you have. Because at the end of the day, every path you choose has almost a predetermined conclusion, because it's as if there's a destination that you're heading towards, and you will get there. And there will be good times, there will be bad times, but there isn't a good decision or a bad decision. Every path you choose will take you somewhere. I chose to get married at 29, I think. Yeah. And it's led me where I am, even though it's not the marriage that led me there. It shifted me from another path that I could have taken at the time. And this is where I am. But good or bad, marriage isn't the ultimate. You are the ultimate.
Responsibility for anything. He points out the issues, all right, but when it comes to responsibility, he doesn't take responsibility for it. Mr. Speaker, there's a fancy saying that, and I've said this before, if you build your house with clay and the storm comes and basically raises your house down, when you get out of the rubbles, you begin to blame the storm. But when you wake up and your neighbors' buildings are standing up, you begin to question the materials upon which your building was actually built on. This economy was built on clay. Therefore, when the COVID came, Ghana could not stand it. COVID basically happened almost everywhere in the world. How come that Ghana became the worst performing currency in the world? How come that Ghana's economy tanked? How come that inflation is one of the worst in the world? How come that energy prices are so high here, yet global energy is high? Everybody is experiencing that, but it has been so bad in this country. How come unemployment, Mr. Speaker, is worse here in Ghana than in many places? Mr. Speaker, let's go to 2019, why the president claims that we had a rosy economy. Mr. Speaker, the indicators that this government was producing were based on cooked figures. Mr. Speaker, we pointed this out over and over. Do you remember the below the line items? Do you remember when deficit was 7.5, but the government said it was 5%?
George Hagan, honorable member, I am not allowing point of order, but please cook figures, please just.
Mr. Speaker, I think on our side, we have documented this many times. I think the IMF, the World Bank, if you remember, there was a time different figures were given to us and different figures to the international community.
So does it mean it's cooked? Yes, you can say wrong figures, but you can say, please withdraw the cook and use other word for me.
Mr. Speaker, the figures were financially engineered. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, what has got us to where we are today is as a result of bad economic policies, flagship programs that have not resulted to anything. This is the only country that the more food we plant, the less we harvest. Mr. Speaker, planting for food and jobs We've been pumping over 600 million in addition to the Agriculture Ministry's budget. Yet, the contribution of agriculture to inflation, inflation has actually been going up, because the food inflation that we experience, most of it is actually, it comes from there. How can you be planting? How can you have such policies? Yet, food inflation in this country has been going up. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the portion of GDP that is attributed to agriculture, it's been going down year after year. So how can you be having a program that where you are planting for food and jobs, yet you have to tell the Ministry of Agriculture into going to bring the food from the farm, the farm gate, to come and sell them at the ministry? Mr. Speaker,
begin to descend for landing.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I think you gave me 15 minutes, and I have probably done only 5. Mr. Speaker, this government has overborrowed, irresponsible borrowing. The figures are, we're giving the figures here, from 120 to almost 600, 480 billion borrowing. I quite remember we had a minister of communication told us almost about 6 years ago that if the economy is about borrowing, his 17-year-old, who is probably about 23 now, has left university, could manage this economy. I am not quite sure.
Honorable member. Honorable members, please. Please, honorable members. Please, I set the rules. And I said we are not going to allow point of orders. And therefore, don't invite anybody to challenge what we are saying. Please, Honorable Rekitin.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, hold on. Honorable Rekitin, since I'm not going to allow her to challenge you, please withdraw that. Please.
Honorable Speaker, I think I understand your point. A respected member of Parliament should be addressing the Speaker and not be yelling across from the air. Should be addressing the Speaker. You should know better.
Honorable members, the rules were not set by me. It was set by the leadership. They said we are not going to entertain point of orders, intervention, and those kind of things. So we are just going by the rules set by the leadership. I was not part of even the meeting that they took that decision. Please, Honorable Rekitin, I've already said it. We are not going to allow anybody to, by way of point of order. Please do away with that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll just take a clue from what you have said. But I think it was a certain minister who said that her 17-year-old can actually run the economy.
You mentioned Minister for Communication.
But we had one too.
I will not allow you to continue in this way.
Honorable Minister.
You withdraw it and expunge it from the
Honorable Minister, please. Honorable member, yes.
Mr. Speaker, can I go on?
Just withdraw that statement. Yes. Honorable Minister, please.
Mr. Speaker, maybe my recollection is not serving me right, but a certain minister said that if it's not the honorable minister, I withdraw and apologize. But a certain minister said that their 17-year-old can run Ghana's economy if it's about borrowing. Mr. Speaker, if I can continue.
But your time is almost up. Please.
Before the intervention with the speaker.
So that's what I'm saying. Your time is up. I've already signaled him that his time is up.
Mr. Speaker.
I had already signaled you before this intervention. Honorable Rickerton, didn't I ask you to begin to dissent?
15 minutes.
15 minutes. I'm monitoring my time.
The Speaker, you said that, but the heckling period. So I think you can give me a little time for that period.
Take 2 minutes to wind up, please.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, as I said, this government has irresponsibly borrowed, and that's where we are. They have mismanaged the economy through reckless spending and wasteful expenditure. That's where we are. Mr. Speaker, the sad thing about this whole thing is that not only are they incompetent in managing the economy, not only are they incompetent in overborrowing, they have actually been incompetent in restructuring the very debt that they have created. Look at the way they have handled the debt, the domestic debt exchange program. Today you are in, tomorrow you are not. Today pension funds are in, tomorrow they are not. Today individual bondholders are in, tomorrow they are not. And the president tells us yesterday that it has been a successful program. Maybe they don't have a clue what is yet to come. This is not a successful program, Mr. Speaker. We have created a monster in the domestic debt exchange program by creating 2 derivative bonds, one old, one new, and they are going to feed on each other. In the end, the bond market in Ghana here will become problematic, and future government will have a problem in servicing Ghana's debt. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to external debt,
Honorable member, your time is up.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I need to wind up. Can I wind up? In conclusion,
honorable members.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, if we should have a scorecard for this government, they will not even feature on the scorecard. Because if you are a country where your bonds are junk, where would you place on 1 to 10? If you are in a country where your real interest rate is negative, as far as I know, negative comes after, or negative is on the left-hand side. It's below 0. Therefore, if a scorecard is done, this government, they say now
honorable member, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, honorable member. Your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, very soon the economy will be
honorable member, you've gone past your time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable members, please bear with me. I said it earlier. The rules were not set by me. It was set by the leadership. The time allotted to the speakers were allotted by leadership. So it's not me. I'm just checking the time. If your time is up, I'll bail you out. Please, just bear with me. Yes, leader. Oh, you want to contribute? Very well.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Unfortunately, they didn't give me your name, but I'll ask you to speak. Because so I'll give you 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the day before the President's statement to the House, there was an internal meeting amongst both sides. A colleague made a statement which was thought to be in jest, but I've seen it manifest. Very clear what the president meant. It was to this effect: when the president comes to the House, he should not, for Christ's sake, mention the problem of COVID, and should also not mention the problem of
Ukraine. That's what a person said. I, in response, said to the person that I'll be surprised if these two phrases, two words, or statements didn't come up. Look at, by its very nature, opposition is to oppose. No, so,
what is your problem, a leader?
To some extent,
he is contributing his time. He has 10 minutes. He's doing his debate. What's your problem?
Mr. Speaker, there was confusion. Honorable Katie Hammond does not belong to the front bench. We know exactly where he sits. Today he came to the front bench as the available leader. So if he's making a contribution, the standing orders are very clear. Is that where you are you blaming that on us?
Please, please, please. If I have to ask him to go to his seat, I will tell him. For now, I realize he was an available leader. That is why I allow him. Go on.
Thank you very much. Sit down. Sit down. But it wasn't on record. The mic was off, so nobody heard that. So why are you complaining? So that was our cross. Mr. Speaker, by its nature, the position of the opposition party in the country is to oppose, and in fact to do it as vigorously as you possibly can. So sometimes I really don't worry my head much when the opposition is going on. Indeed, if the opposition was to agree on everything with the government of the day, when would they possibly hope to come to government? So, Mr. Speaker, by its very creed, that is what is supposed to be done. What, however, troubles me, Mr. Speaker, when some form of what do you call it, data is churned from somewhere, it's concocted from somewhere, it's distorted from somewhere, and then, Mr. Speaker, it is made to look like it's really what is the word? What is the phrase? The real McCoy. The real McCoy. What it really is not. I don't give much credit to some of the so-called data that has been discussed here. I don't worry about it at all. Mr. Speaker, if anybody paid a little attention to what the president was doing yesterday, and I do know those who do not have any respect for history, but Mr. Speaker, with that reference to history, you do not know where you are proceeding towards, because you don't know where you're coming from. Mr. President was pretty clear in his mind yesterday what he was doing. And my colleague who just spoke, no, I think it was rather the honorable member from, what is it, Yape, what? Yape Gushogu. Well, I know his name, my John Jinapo. Mr. Speaker, what he said, if it wasn't him, correct me, but I think it was him, that all that the president said yesterday was about, what do you call it, COVID and COVID and COVID. Mr. Speaker, for Christ's sake, I sat here yesterday for all the 1 hour that the president spoke. This is the document. Mr. Speaker, is that a replication of what the president said yesterday? And if it is it all about, what do you call it, what is the name? COVID? Is it about COVID? Mr. Speaker, what the president was thinking to do yesterday was this. We've been in government for close to 6 years now, maybe a little over 6 years now. Let me give you the samples. For the whole of the 4 years preceding now, Mr. Speaker, this is the record of the government. We then came to a point which, for the reasons that the whole world knows, and it really distresses me that my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, are trying to expunge this phenomenal, this fact from history. It says that until the time when COVID hit, I mean, do we live in this country and just literally, Mr. Speaker, send out the confettis? You water free, electricity free, that free. America, those social welfare countries, America, Britain, advanced, they do in all these countries, except for a few of them that we know. Is that what we do? But for the exigency, because of the exigencies of the time, the Speaker, it was thought by the government that all these things have to be done for the benefit of the citizenry. The Speaker, that all came at a cost. So the President was recounting this matter and said that because of this, because of COVID, but for COVID, we wouldn't have found ourselves, Mr. Speaker, in the predicament that we found ourselves in. I mean, everybody seems to, but not everybody. I think in this country, the only set of people I know, Mr. Speaker, who have decided not to pay any notice, any attention to COVID, I suspect will be my friends here. Because they said that don't talk about this as a matter of factly, even though as a matter of factly, it's a fact that has existed in the world. My colleague, my sister there just came from London, has been talking about tomatoes in London now. It's now an essential commodity. It's ration. Go to these countries and listen to the effect of what COVID has done, and nobody wants to hear about that. And then, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about the President says that, Mr. Speaker, President said that every single bomb, every single bullet that is unleashed in Ukraine, Mr. Speaker, affects us. I do not see the difficulty in really applying ourselves to that statement. It is a fact. This morning, I'm afraid some of them also don't listen to world news. They listen to world news, you watch television, and you would see the gravity of what's going on in the world. Unfortunately, opposition says, don't talk about this. We're talking about other countries, their currencies, and whatever. I don't know about these other currencies. But refer to solid facts and don't create your own facts. Mr. Speaker, it is tough in this world. Nobody, Mr. Speaker, refuses to accept or denies the gravity of the situation in the country. But the solace is that it is not just in Ghana. You may want to accept it or you won't accept it, but it's simply not just Ghana. It's all over. It is not created by... Look, did we create COVID in Accra? Did we create COVID in Obuasi? Mr. Chairman, did we do that from Famina? Well, history is telling us, the scientists are telling us exactly where COVID appears to have come from. Those there are denying. We don't know how it goes. But certainly it is a international disaster that the whole world must be alive to. So we would go on and on about COVID, we don't accept it, Ukraine, we don't accept it. It is the reality of the situation, Mr. Speaker, that COVID is afflicting the world, the Ukraine and war is afflicting the world. There are problems. Mr. President says, let's fight our way, let's struggle our way out of this. That is what we should be talking about. And then, Mr. Speaker, again, it was John. Mr. Speaker was talking about how the NDC solved the Doomsaw, and it's suggested that the then, not the Vice President, then Mr. Dr. Baumia was alleged to have said that if the NDCs have solved it, we do not have to thank them or anything. But this statement, if it was ever spoken at all, must be looked at in the context. 2015 December, I was in the country. 15 December on a specific day, I was at the Ministry of Energy, not as the minister, but I happened to be there on the fateful hour. That particular moment, Mr. Speaker, I was a witness to what happened when forces were put into play, Mr. Speaker, when certain fortunes, political fortunes, Mr. Speaker, were quickly changed. Mr. Speaker, I was there. So if somebody gets up today and says to me that December 2015, it was because Doomsaw was over. Mr. Speaker, on the matter of Doomsaw, that there's something not entirely cataclysmic, but at least for the individuals and for those of us who knew, it wasn't entirely good. It happened that particular day, and somebody gets out there. See, this is what Mr. Speaker will talk about institutional memory. I was in opposition, but I happened to be there. That information that John gave, Mr. Speaker, completely untrue. Because I have the personal experience, and the person who was also a witness, who was affected, the Speaker, I'm not sure is in the room now, I'm looking around, I think he danced here. Sabi is laughing because I think he knows what I'm talking about. But the actual person, I think he's left. Mr. Speaker, John makes the point again that this government will go down as the only government which hasn't added an iota to the oil development of the oil fields in the country. It may be true if you look at the plain statistics. What he again knows, but it's been economical with the truth and the fact, and he hasn't told the House, is that that whole industry is bogged down in the controversy, court matters. There's a small matter of the relation between Springfield and ENI and Button. The Speaker, it's in controversy, it's in court. There's a matter between, talk about ACE. We have difficulties with that. The Speaker, it is all in court. What do we do? It talks about this company, ExxonMobil, which left. They didn't leave because of the government of Ghana. They left for reasons known to themselves, and he knows about it. Some of these companies, the Speaker, have been milking Ghana for what it's worth. He suggests that we shouldn't talk about it.
Honorable Minister Designate, your time.
Mr. Speaker, so let me make.
I grant you 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Yes.
Thank you very much. 2 minutes. But I'm going to conclude. Mr. Speaker, the President yesterday made the point that you look at, and I think he made this in the context of the development, the industrial development of the country, not just post-COVID, but post-aid, foreign aid to the country. We must seek to develop the country. It has to be developed. We cannot continue as usual. What Mr. President said yesterday was that you guys try and help the House to approve his new Minister of Trade and Industry. Try and... No, but the President said it. The President said it. Huh? So, he said, try and approve and let him go there. Because, Mr. Speaker, now it's important. This is what. My friend, I'm going to show you. Kofi. No, it's serious. But it's
Honorable Minister Designate.
Page 16 of the document, if he has it, Kofi, learn to read. 1, 2, 3, paragraph 3. It's here. No, I haven't even started reading and then we're talking about the report. Listen to this. The report on the implementation modalities to enhance domestic productivity capacity in this product has been prepared and, once confirmed, the new Minister for Trade and Industry will roll out urgently series of initiatives to implement the policy. Who is that person? You don't know. The Speaker.
So relax. We just came
Exactly. You heard that one. So, Mr. Speaker, I invite my colleagues to take this matter seriously. Take it seriously. I mean, for nothing else, it's the whole class prefect, Mr. Speaker. I mean, they should accord some dignity to that office and get this. So let's get this matter out of the way quickly, and then let's get to do the job that the President is doing. Mr. Speaker, I think it's all.
Leader,
I'm concluding. Mr. Speaker, I think in all, this document is not a dossier about COVID. It is a clear statement of the state of the nation as it is today, with retrospective look at what it was in 2020. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, of course, yes. He has to speak for himself. Yes, honorable member for Wa Central, it is your turn now. You are a ranking member and therefore you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate, to thank the President for coming here to speak on the state of the nation to us and to the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I was very much surprised to hear everything the President has said, and indeed very shocked that the President, who 8 years ago was campaigning vigorously, telling Ghanaians how he was going to change the economy of this country, now was struggling to say that we are maintaining an economy, struggling to say that...
Yes, honorable member for Wa Central, kindly indulge me and let me also indulge the entire House that the time is past 2. And per our rules, I'll have to beg of you to allow me to continue. So I'm indulging you to allow me to continue the debate. I hope you've agreed. So, honorable member, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was saying I was shocked because this is a president who told all Ghanaians how he was going to change this economy. From the Gokisbed economy, he said he was going to transform the economy and made it productive. Mr. Speaker, 7 years after taking office, the economy is on its knees. The people of Ghana are struggling. And the shocking aspect of it was, when without any warning at all, Mr. President, in the State of the Nation, just announced to us that the government and his government did not borrow recklessly. Mr. Speaker, in psychology, when you are approached by anybody without any question at all and say, oh, I'm not a thief, you have to investigate the person. When the president said, I did not borrow recklessly, when the question of borrowing didn't come at the point he was speaking, it shows that there was something reckless about what he was talking about. And indeed, so much recklessness to the extent that, Mr. Speaker, we now have to pay over 100% of our total revenue in debt servicing. Mr. Speaker, it has never happened in this country in this manner. So much so that we are paying, we have the debt to GDP has overshot 100% grade. Mr. Speaker, it is shocking. So much so that we now have to encounter, for more than 20 years, a deficit of over 50%. Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, how will anybody say that this is an economy you can be proud of? It is so terrible that at this stage in our lives, when you are given all the scope to operate, you are finding it difficult to stabilize the economy. You are finding it difficult to make sure Ghanaians are safe. You are finding it difficult to have an economy you can be proud of. Mr. Speaker, the only reason they are explaining, the president explained why we are suffering the way we are suffering, is that there was a COVID and that there is a Ukraine-Russian war. Mr. Speaker, in economic policy decisions, you don't just take a decision at one foot. You take a decision within a domestic setting in consideration of the externalities. If you just take decisions only within the domestic sector, you will fail. Every economy knows that there are external factors that can change the trend of things. If you say because of external factors I have failed, you have failed completely. There's no reason why you should be given the space to continue to rule this country in the manner it is going now. And I do support my colleague when he was saying, at this stage, I'm very confident that Ghanaians would have seen the trend, Ghanaians would have seen the failure, and no Ghanaian would be willing to continue to accommodate this state of affairs from 2024, there's a need for us to definitely change the affairs of this country in a manner that will bring solace to the people. Mr. Speaker, the state is in turmoil, economic turmoil, a situation where transportation is high, in a state where people can no longer meet their daily needs, salaries remain the same, in a state where we can't even buy childhood care vaccines into this country. Mr. Speaker, it is a terrible situation we are facing, not because the vaccines are unavailable, but because they don't have money to pay for it. The worst of it all is that we find a situation where the managers of the economy itself cannot come out to say we accept the responsibility and that we can change affairs, and this is the trend we want to go to change the affairs. There is denial from A to Z. The ministers are denying it. They say it's COVID. The president has denied it. He says it's COVID, it's Ukraine. So who is managing this country? Because we manage situations as they come into our lives. If we fail to manage the situation, you can point out and say, well, I failed because of A, B, C, D. I failed because my master was not teaching me well. You have still failed. When they mark the exams, when they mark your work and give you an E, you can't go home and say, oh, I failed because the teacher was not a good teacher, or it was raining when we were writing and I couldn't hear properly. There's nothing that can explain your failure more than the fact that you have failed yourself, you have deliberately, or you have failed because you are unable to understand and appreciate what you were taught. And that's exactly what is happening today. And essentially, I just want to also make mention of something the president came here to say. In fact, when he came to explain the circumstances under which we were running this country, the lands were destroyed, Galamsey was in full operation, everybody was complaining, our rivers were spoiled. He came to say he was going to bring a minister who was going to address all these challenges. Years after that, Mr. Speaker, we are still seeing the same thing happening. Galamsey is still out there. The nation is facing destruction of our water bodies. The lands are being sold to Galamsey operators. Government officials and government people are in the land, destroying the lands, and nobody knows what is happening. Mr. Speaker, we are in a very terrible situation. And let me just mention to you, from January this year onwards, after all that there has been said about the fight against Galamsey, from January this year onwards, the forest reserves areas in this country, in Numresu, in Bro, Tintin, in Kubi, in Watreso, in Adomsu, in Bonsu, in Benchakrum, in Amposwase, in Apapraman, in Pomposo, and all the areas, all these reserve areas, from January onwards, after we have cried so much about the destruction of land, the Speaker, their Galamsey operations are alive there, destruction of lands are continuing, and the president has come here. He always devoted just on page 20 of his remarks, he just talked about briefly, in less than a paragraph, just small space of land, small space approved, indicated in his speech, saying simply that we have allowed, we are still fighting Galamsey, and that we are now having to have situations of community mining taking place. Just that. Mr. Speaker, this cannot be a serious president seeking to save this land. Apart from the economic failure, our lands are failing. Apart from that, security, Mr. Speaker, security itself is in danger. Just watch what happened in Wa, what happened in Ashama. Soldiers move into neighborhoods, take human beings, destroy them the way they did, place them down and beat them. This is Ghana. This is Nana Akufo-Addo Ghana. Mr. Speaker, we are in terrible hands. We cannot trust this government for the period left. I think that Ghanaians must awake to the situation we find ourselves. The state of the nation, as described yesterday, was far below what we expected to see. We have everything lost to the ground, and the president could not admit to anything. So I want to make this brief statement that, Mr. Speaker, we need to still have a state of the nation address, the state of the nation addressed to us. What the president came here to say was simply to tell us what did not happen or what is not the situation. What is not the situation is that we are not in a situation where you have the president managing an economy he has come to praise here. What is not the situation is that we are not in a situation where the president is describing Ghana as he described it yesterday. We are in the period when, in 1983, when the president of Ghana at the time, President John Rawlings, was moving everybody along to save us from the dangers of the disaster that was facing us, economic mismanagement and everything. What force he brought in to save us, the Speaker, that situation is what is happening now. And there's no such General Rawlings to come and do that. And the only thing we can say is that we don't want a situation like that anymore. What we are asking for is for the people of Ghana to reassess the president and his government and please do a change, significant change in 2024 so we can move forward and change the circumstances of things in this country and save the people of Ghana from this very terrible situation we find ourselves. And the lies all over that we're told about how they want to change the country from the economic difficulties they define to to a situation of development. Mr. Speaker, I just want to also say that the argument about doomsaw is well defined, and that we do not have doomsaw now because in 2016 there was no doomsaw. Consistently, there hasn't been doomsaws from there. And yes, from 2016 onwards, there had not been doomsaw. And the reason there was no doomsaw was because the president took responsibility. He took responsibility and said, we are responsible and we will change the circumstances. And they changed the circumstances. And Mr. Speaker, what brought about doomsaw, the story has to be told. It was not the mismanagement of the past. Doomsaw was not the mismanagement of John Mahama. It was the inability of the previous government to infuse anything, it's true, to infuse development into this country. From the period of John Kufuor, you are here. There was no direct government intervention in creating value, in creating electricity supply, in creating, in developing any power generation in this country. Yes, there was an investment that did not materialize, which was the exchange that was made. Mr. Speaker, for the 8 years of John Kufuor, we did not see any investment to create value in electricity. And so when John Mahama came, it accumulated with the increase in investment. And so there was a need to catch up there, to make it up. And that was the reason why we did all that we did. And by 2016, the situation had been arrested. Rather than praising John Mahama for giving you a situation like this, which enabled you to start your government to run, and which you failed, you rather continue to blame him. Mr. Speaker, I think that argument must be stopped. I mean, that accusation against John Mahama and against NDC must be stopped. It must end. You failed for 8 years to invest in electricity generation, and it accumulated in doomsaw in John Mahama's period. He took responsibility of it and worked with it. And by 2016, we had killed the problem. You came to take over a government that did not have DUMSO, and you failed still, Mr. Speaker. They still have failed. And in the end, we expect that they should rather appreciate what we did for them rather than accuse us. Mr. Speaker, underneath all this is failure in economic management, is failure in government that define everything today. You have failed in government, you have failed in economic management, you have failed in managing our economy. And that's why
Honorable Peko, you should begin to wind up.
And that is why we are having all these challenges. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity, but indeed, it is important for all of us to know that nobody created DUMSO but the previous government who did not invest in it, and that we only solved the problem. And in solving the problem, we need to be praised and not to be accused, Mr. Speaker.
Let me now come to Honorable John Kuma. John, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to contribute to the debate on the speech delivered by His Excellency the President of Ghana on the occasion of the State of the Nation's address to this House. The President's speech was a reminder of how far we have come as a nation and how much progress we have made since his administration took over the reins of leadership of this country. It was also a call to action, urging us to continue on the path of growth and development and believe in ourselves and our capacity to overcome the current challenges that confront our nation. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to speak in support of several other voices that have spoken earlier to agree with His Excellency the President on what he said on page 7 of his speech. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, let me state emphatically that we have not been reckless in borrowing and in spending. It is worth noting that the debts we are servicing were not only contracted during the period of this administration. Mr. Speaker, to agree with this assertion, I want to recount a very short story that took place on Teens March in Ejuso during the celebration. Mr. Speaker, 4 students received the Municipal Best Students Award on the Teens March in Ejuso. 2 of them at the WASI level, 2 of them at the BEC level. Mr. Speaker, the WASI students who received Best Award in Ejuso, 2 of them, 1 male, 1 female, unfortunately are still at home because they could not even afford university or tertiary admission forms to pursue further studies. Mr. Speaker, like several other colleagues, I had to intervene to grant them full scholarship so they will continue next year to pursue further education. Mr. Speaker, the good news is that the 2 other students who were also awarded from the BEC level to WASI level, one of them came in his Prempeh College uniform. The lady also came in her St. Louis Senior High School uniform because their parents didn't have to pay school fees, both tuition and boarding fees. A benevolent president, President Nana Addo Dankwa, had paid fully for them. Mr. Speaker, the president has paid not only for the 2 of them, but for 1.3 million other children in our country. And Mr. Speaker, in this State of the Nation address, we were told that already 2 million Ghanaian children have benefited from the free SHS student. We can only be grateful to His Excellency the President and to assure Ghanaians that indeed the borrowings to expand infrastructure in our country is worthwhile. Mr. Speaker, I wish to refute some of the propaganda that have been put out by our friends on the other side. One friend said that we have cooked data to the IMF and different data to Parliament. Mr. Speaker, let me put on record that the only time in the history of our country that Ghana has been sanctioned by the World Bank was in 2001 when the NDC, the previous NDC government, lied by data to the World Bank and were fined $40 million in 2001 by the NDC government, Mr. Speaker. So when they tell us we have cooked data to the World Bank, they should show us the sanctions that came along with it. and they hold that record. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on the other side have also spoken wrongfully about the strength of our currency and compare the Ghana cedi. They said we should, when COVID came, we should compare the Ghana cedi with other countries. And they have mentioned countries like Cote d'Ivoire, Senegal, Togo, Mali. Mr. Speaker, all the countries my friend mentioned, they use the CFA. Today, the current rate of CFA to the dollar is 620. You need 620 CFAs to get $1. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, you need 12 cedis, 50 pesos of the Ghana cedi to get $1. So when they say we have the West currency, what are they talking about? They don't understand the argument. And Mr. Speaker, I challenge them further. That even on the continent of Africa, Mr. Speaker, on the continent of Africa, with the exception of Tunisia and Libya, dinari, there is no other currency with a strength stronger than the Ghana cedi. So why are they getting their data from? And I'm challenging them to come with any data to prove. So, Mr. Speaker, it is not enough to do propaganda. Let them prove it with data to see how our currency is the worst in the world. It is not so. And when they are talking about performance of the cedi, it is seasonal and it is periodic. So they should not confuse the two. Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk about the current situation and compare the current NPP leadership with the NDC leadership, as His Excellency mentioned in the State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, the fiduciary of every leadership or government is tested in difficult times, and your rate of competence is measured in difficult times. Mr. Speaker, whilst our friends in 5 years could not resolve Dumso and are here struggling to tell us when it ended, they cannot compare their incompetent handling of Dumso to what is currently happening in our country. Mr. Speaker, what is globally accepted is the fact that the difficulty that our economy is going through today is as a result of exogenous factors, COVID-19, Russia-Ukraine war. But Mr. Speaker, our government, led by His Excellency President Akufo-Addo, have not folded our arms. We have risen to the occasion. And so far, all the steps that are being taken are pointing to a good recovery of the economy in the nearest future. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, Ghana has successfully undertaken the domestic debt exchange program as one of the conditions leading to the IMF program. And Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians have already begun to see the good benefits of the domestic debt exchange program. Last week, the Treasury bill rate in our country, which was at 35%. Mr. Speaker, which was at 35%. Today, as we speak, and yesterday, Treasury bills rate has been reduced from 35% to 24%, and it is because of the domestic debt exchange rate. Mr. Speaker, it's not only the debt rate coming down, it's not only the coupon rate coming down, we also had oversubscription, even at the 24%, by 121%. Mr. Speaker, we are going to see further reduction in the coupon rates of the T-bills. What that portends for our country, Mr. Speaker, what that portends for our country is that inflation will taper down and cost of borrowing for the private sector will also go down, and this will restore economic stability and promote inclusive growth for our economy. So, Mr. Speaker, all the initiatives and financial reforms and interventions by this government is pointing to the positive direction that even though currently we are facing some difficulties, we are eventually going to have this economy restored. We are definitely going to see much macro stability in our country, and we are going to see a more stable economy. So the government understands the challenges. We are coming out with innovative ideas and interventions to restore them. One of the key problems we're facing was the exchange rate losses. We quickly, as said also in the State of the Nation address, introduced the Gold for Oil program. Mr. Speaker, the benefits of that program is in two fronts. First of all, we are having stability in the exchange front, and we are also ensuring that there's availability of products at our pump at an affordable rate. Mr. Speaker, this can only be described as very innovative, and this is what the NPP government, the competent NPP government, the innovative NPP government is delivering for the people of Ghana. So, Mr. Speaker, before I end, I just want to agree with the last quotation from His Excellency the President, when he says that things may be dire today. And Mr. Speaker, our colleague said that the President didn't show that he understands the reality of today. He stated that things may be dire today. Nonetheless, we must count our blessings. Our petrol stations have fuel. We have been spared long, winding queues to fuel our vehicles. Our markets and shops are, by the grace of God, well stocked, and we have not been faced with the prospect of rationing of basic necessities such as fruits and vegetables. Our children's schooling has not been interrupted. We have continued to provide free SHS, free TVET, and paid teacher and nursing training allowances. Our electricity supply has been consistent, and we have been spared the hardship of doing so during such a trying time. Our country continues to be stable and at peace. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I want to thank His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo for his visionary leadership. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. It is now the turn of Honorable Samuel Kujuta-Brakwa. Honorable, you are ranking, you have 15 minutes.
I'm most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, speaking right after the Deputy Minister for Finance and listening to all of those assurances he has just given to this House, I really wonder what to make of it. This is the same Deputy Minister for Finance who not too long ago told us that we are not going to the IMF today, we are not going to the IMF tomorrow, we are never going to the IMF under President Akufo-Addo's tenure. He has not apologized to this House, he has not apologized to the Ghanaian people, and he is back here giving us fresh assurances. I don't know what to make of those assurances. And you see, Mr. Speaker, he seems to be learning so well and so fast from his boss, His Excellency the President himself. Mr. Speaker, I've been going through the past State of the Nation addresses, properly so called the message of the State of the Nation. Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to His Excellency the President that when he is coming before us, he should try and read his previous address. He should go through all the promises he made to the Ghanaian people. Year after year after year, Mr. Speaker, the President promises, he forgets, then he moves on to make another promise, he forgets, then he moves on to make another promise. Mr. Speaker, 2017, message of the State of the Nation, the President told this House at page 13, that, Mr. Speaker, government will work with Parliament to pass the affirmative action bill to increase women's involvement in decision-making at all levels and enable us to achieve our current objective of 30% participation of women in public appointments. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was International Women's Day. The President was speaking on International Women's Day. He's forgotten about this promise. He's made this promise year after year after year, and he refuses to bring the affirmative action bill to Parliament. The Ghanaian woman is waiting for this bill to be passed. Same 2017, the President told us that, quote, page 5, I will not allow the economy to collapse on my watch, unquote. Here we are, the economy has collapsed. He's telling us that talks with China is going well, talk with the Paris Club is going well, and very soon they will come to our rescue. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on about the promises of this President. 2018, message of the State of the Nation address. He said that we will make Accra the cleanest city in Africa, page 6. He says that we will build a railway from Takrady to Paga. Mr. Speaker, the President said that he will construct industrial parks in every regional capital. 2019 message of the State of the Nation, page 9. The President said, Mr. Speaker, I'm extremely excited to announce the regeneration plans of NIMA that would dislodge residents and transform NIMA into a well-laid-out residential area full of amenities. Page 9. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't know what to make of the President and his ministers when they come here giving assurances and making promises. Mr. Speaker, there were fatal omissions in the President's delivery yesterday. Very fatal omissions. One of those fatal omissions is the fact that as Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, only the previous day, Tuesday, there was a major development. The good people of Ashaiman had come under attack. And let me add that as Commander-in-Chief, he should first of all have commiserated with the family and with the Ghana Armed Forces on the loss of the soldier. The President did not say a word. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, the President is happy in the very well-packaged, glossy address we have been given in color. I must admit, I must concede, very handsome picture of the President. What does it say? Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. He loves the title so much. It's always there. Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. And he didn't think he should commiserate with the armed forces, with the family of the slain soldier. And he didn't think that the military excesses and assure this nation that there will be an independent inquiry, a probe into both the killing and the high-handedness, the brutalities meted out, unfortunately, to the Ashaman residents. Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, another missed opportunity, a fatal omission, is the fact that as we speak, mothers are worried, they are frightened that we don't have essential vaccines. We expected the President to issue specific instructions and to provide measurable outcomes. Tell us specifically, when will these vaccines be provided? All the President did was to beat around the bush and be talking about, yeah, we know it's an emergency, we know it requires urgency. That is not measurable. That is not specific. As a House, how do we track empty words, vacuous assurances? So, Mr. Speaker, these are very fatal omissions that should never happen. Mr. Speaker, I'm also particularly shocked at the statement the President made yesterday, where he said that they have not engaged in reckless borrowing. And Mr. Speaker, if you read page 8 of the President's address, the President says, and I quote, large amount of the monies we borrow are for road construction. And then the President asks, shall we dare stop constructing roads? Mr. Speaker, I have taken the trouble to do the analysis, gone through all the approvals of the roads ministry by this House and all the loans approved by this House. Mr. Speaker, if you, and this is a generous analysis, we have even included taxes, our national revenues. Mr. Speaker, since all of what has gone into roads, 7.3 billion. Meanwhile, the President has borrowed, according to the Bank of Ghana, by November of 2022, he had borrowed up to 453.7 billion Ghana cedis. That is how much he has added to the national debt stock. Remember that he met it at 122 billion, and he has added 453 billion. Mr. Speaker, if you do the simple arithmetic, what has gone into roads, the borrowing that has gone into roads, is a measly, a paltry, an abysmal 1.62%, Mr. Speaker. Can you believe that? Not even up to 2%. And the president is telling us that we have borrowed for roads. The question many Ghanaians are asking, really, which of the roads? I have gone through the president's version of Muhammad's Green Book, which he condemned not too long ago. Now he's become an apostle of books on projects. Mr. Speaker, you go through this, and a lot of the projects, funding had been secured by the previous government, and I want to commend Honorable Ricketts. He's done a good job at that. Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that the analysis we have done, 95.35% of the monies borrowed have gone into consumption. Consumption. What our former colleague on the other side, who we miss very much, the Honorable Kankam, I think, he coined a famous expression, chop chop, chop chop. Consumption. That is what the monies borrowed have been used for. So the president should not think that he can just, throw expressions about and we will not subject them to critical analysis. And Mr. Speaker, talking about roads, I am really amused that the president is now conceding. Last year, if you read the State of the Nation address of last year, Mr. Speaker, the president said that he is the president who has constructed the most roads, more than 10,000 kilometers, in the entire history of Ghana. This time, he has stepped down. When you read this year's address, he says Fourth Republic, Fourth Republic. I'm sure by next year's address, it will be probably in 1 year, or within a month. I mean, you wonder what is going on, Mr. Speaker. So, you see, the question is the president reading his own addresses? Is he apprised of what he tells this House the previous year? Then, Mr. Speaker, I want to come to this grandiose claim about digital integration. If you go to page 17, Mr. Speaker, of the address, they are telling us that they have totally digitized this economy, and that even the vice president is now called E-Baumia. I've heard many people on social media and elsewhere say that the E rather stands for empty Baumia. Well, those are not my words. But, Mr. Speaker, the area I want to focus is that this claim at paragraph 4, page 17, we have integrated many processes within the digital environment. Mr. Speaker, is the president aware, and he ought to be aware, that his own appointee at the board of the National Cathedral has made nonsense of all these so-called integrations? Dual identity, different date of birth, different mothers, and has been able to beat them. I refer to Reverend Victor Kusibuatin, who is also claiming to be Kwabna Edu Jemfi. Different passports at the passport office. You go to DVLA, different driving licenses. You go to NIA, different cards. Go to SNIT, different records. You go to GRA, he has even 2 things, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, your time is getting up.
And I have, Mr. Speaker, I have the response from the Ghana Revenue Authority to my right to information request. And Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Revenue Authority confirms all of these claims. And this is criminality. The president cannot even fire this chap. The president is not dismissing him. He's refusing to resign from the National Cathedral Board. And we are being told that this society has been integrated, and that there is IT integration, when the president's appointee has made none of all of that. Mr. Speaker, I will conclude on the need for a bigger vision, Mr. Speaker. I am appalled when I hear the president say that because now Okada riders stop at traffic lights, we are making progress. For a State of the Nation address, our leaders should have a bigger vision, a bold vision, that can take us out of the economic quagmire
Honorable,
that we find ourselves in. And I don't know who the president is really.
Honorable Kujoto, your time is
Children
up.
can't have vaccines, the youth can't find jobs.
Honorable member for
can't get their
North
bond
Tongue,
their bond
thank you very much.
discharged. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But honorable members, please, don't let me appear as if this morning is leadership who told me that we are not going to entertain any point of order. I mean, they told me. I was not part of the meeting. You sat down, took your own decision, and informed me. So,
any agreement which will be strong enough to set aside your standing orders. The standing orders are supposed to come in as, because my good friend Honorable Kujoto Blakwa, I know that you have very strong points of view, but to impute criminality
on the floor of Parliament,
that's not right. It's not right. That is not right at all. Because where you are standing, you can't prove it. It's only in a court of law that we prove criminality. So please, some of these allegations are strong. I know you have your immunity, but to push criminality, that is the province of the court of competent jurisdiction. Please.
Very well.
You shouldn't do that.
So what I'm saying is leadership, tomorrow if you want to vary, I'm coming, I'll give you the opportunity. If you want to vary the arrangement, you tell me, then we all go by it. Because at times I'm made like, yes. So leader, let him hear you.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, the agreement not to have interruptions was to enable all of us have a smooth debate. It was not in any way an attempt to, as it were, put our standing orders somewhere and do something untoward. However, Mr. Speaker, we expect colleagues to make their submissions in good faith. Mr. Speaker, I would want to call on you to have a second look at the aspect of the submission from my respected colleague, Honorable Kujoto Blakwa, which submission had to do with a man he's in court with. Mr. Speaker, we enjoy immunity here when we mount this stamp in this hallowed chamber. However, Mr. Speaker, for the record, Mr. Speaker, for Sami, at least relax. Mr. Speaker, he is a defendant in a matter with a man in court. Now you come here and you connect electronic or digitalization policy of government and link it to a plaintiff in a matter with you and to attack his person. Mr. Speaker, that aspect of the submission, which made reference to the plaintiff in court with him, Mr. Speaker, should be expunged. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, it's unfair. But if you would allow it to stay, so be it.
Yes, leader, let me
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to commend you. I want to commend you for managing the House since morning. Mr. Speaker, it's very unfortunate that my very good friend, the respected Deputy Majority Leader, was at conclave when we made this commitment that nobody would interject when a colleague is speaking. But consistently, I saw him getting up, trying to draw attention for you to give him the opportunity to respond to colleagues. Mr. Speaker, what my colleague read, he read an official document from a state entity. Where is the conflict here, Mr. Speaker? You are doing the right thing. If there's a decision that we should allow, Mr. Speaker, any attempt to vary this will make life very difficult for you, because every second, things are said here, people don't like it here. Things are said here, other people don't like it. So, Mr. Speaker, continue doing what you are doing. If we go to conclave tomorrow and decide that we would allow people to interject, then we can do that. But as far as I'm concerned, you are doing the right thing.
Honorable member for Northtown, I think I'm seeing sense, legal sense from my leader and honorable attachment. Please, it's not a question of no. Table, please expunge that aspect of linking it. No, I'm just talking about only small aspect that is linking, quote unquote, the man you are in court with. Please.
No, Mr. Speaker, we have to be careful about the precedent we set in this house.
No, it's not precedent.
There is nothing I have stated here on the floor of this house which is not a fact. I have the response from the Ghana Revenue Authority to my right to information request confirming all of these matters. I can read them out to you.
Please.
Copiously.
This is a
These
document.
Are facts. These are facts.
It's a document you alone you are having.
No, it's been public. It's public document.
The man you are accusing is not here. It's not here. Please, let's. He's not here. And you are very.
This house
you are the very person.
This house has spent billions of Ghana cedis.
It doesn't matter.
On making a clean society, and the president is saying that there has been integration of data in this country. And I'm pointing out the fact that his own appointee has made nonsense of all of those.
Will you listen to me, Honorable Kujoto? You are the very person who has more or less the man is in court with. So please, I don't think it's fair that you mention or linking up to your debate. I am directing that aspect of your debate is expunged from the.
No. Which aspect, please?
Aspect that is linking, quote unquote, Reverend Kusi Boateng to the debate. Please, that aspect should be expunged.
No, with all due respect, Mr. Speaker. This under what rules?
Honorable.
Under which of our standing orders?
Come again.
Under which of our standing orders? No, Mr. Speaker, you cannot be capricious and whimsical. I mean,
that is my orders. Please. Honorable Kujoto. No, I wouldn't take it. Please just expunge that aspect of it from there. Leader, let's move on.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker. This House is governed by rules, and the rules are very clear. The Speaker, Order 93.1 is very clear on this matter. And 93.1 says that reference shall not be made to any matter on which judicial decision is pending in such a way as may, in the opinion of Mr. Speaker, prejudice the interest of parties to the action.
Exactly.
Mr. Speaker, so what that requires of you to make a judgment as to whether the reference being made
to the matters pending are prejudicial to the interest of a party. Whether or not anybody cannot make reference to any matter in court is not what is in issue. It's not what is in issue. What is in issue is whether, in the opinion and judgment of Mr. Speaker, the reference that has been made is in a manner that is prejudicial to the interests of the parties in court. Mr. Speaker, it is up to you. It is up to you to determine whether you think that the manner in which the matter was referred to in debate is prejudicial to the interest of the parties. Mr. Speaker, not whether Honorable Afenyomakin thinks that it is prejudicial. It is whether or not you, Mr. Speaker, you think that the way, you see, if there are facts, and those facts are before a court, and I make reference to those facts, the facts are the facts. Honorable
member, I believe what you yourself you are reading is my direct response to Honorable Kijeto. I am saying that the matter is pending in court. He himself is a party to the matter, and therefore I think it will be prejudicial. So please, that is my ruling, and I don't think I can take any other issue about it. So, table, as I directed, please expunge that aspect from the debate. We are taking the last round of debate. We are taking the last round of debate, and let me call the member for Takoradi, Honorable Kwabena Ochileda Komensa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I'm saying last round of debate.
Let's finish it. Let's finish it. Last round.
I heard you right. When you say last round, for today, or we'll have this, go on break and come back.
For today?
For today, Mr. Speaker, that will be problematic because I am not aware that we are not going to exhaust the list we gave you. I'm not aware of a different understanding from what we had in the morning. I have 9 people on my list. The list I forwarded to you had 9 people on it. If there's a new decision that we do only 6 of each, then that is a decision I am not aware, and I'm not sure when that decision was made.
Yes.
I am happy to abide with your decision.
Honorable Whip, in the morning we said we will come back at 2 o'clock. We will ask the Minister for Health to come and answer some critical questions or make a statement with respect to issues pending in the country. We gave him 2 o'clock, and the time is already 3. So what I'm saying, we are taking last round. The debate will be on. It's not only this week. Next week we are continuing. So we will make time for the rest. So let's take 1-1. Then we will suspend for a few minutes and come back and take.
Speaker, I would not begrudge you, but all I'm saying is that I needed to let my colleagues know that yes, it will not be there. And we also, I remember us saying that we shall prompt the minister if he should come back. I didn't know that he was already prompted.
We gave him a definite time, 2 o'clock.
Mr. Speaker, I defer to you.
Yes.
But, Mr. Speaker, my very good friend went away, he just came back. And he wants everybody to know that he was not around and he just came back. So just restrain him from...
Well. Honorable Ochedako, may you take...
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity to be part of the debate.
Honorable, you are a minister. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. to thank the President for the State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, if you take the address of the President yesterday, you realize that it's a message of hope and opportunities. Mr. Speaker, the President, knowing very well that long talk does not buy horses, was clear in the submission in the areas he took to discuss the state of the nation, Ghana. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this statement was a statement of opportunities. And why am I saying so, Mr. Speaker? First, I believe that we have to look at education, because education is one of the greatest opportunities any young man or any individual can have to be able to participate in the progress of any nation. Mr. Speaker, when free SHS was being introduced, there were the naysayers who said that it wasn't a good policy because it will give access, and when it gives the access, there will be poor quality. Mr. Speaker, I have always held the view that without education, we cannot have mass prosperity. And for us, I want to use the example of the Western region to illustrate why education and free education is key to the development of this country. Mr. Speaker, if we take Western region, for instance, ever since free education was introduced, we've been able to increase enrollment by 483%. Mr. Speaker, and for the first time in the history of a lot of homes, children are going. Mr. Speaker, what you also come to realize is that quality is now spreading across the length and breadth of our region. In fact, if you take schools like Bedubonsu, it is the #1 school in the Western region now. It has beaten schools like Antaman, Archbishop Porter, GSTS. And then the #2 school, Mr. Speaker, is another village called Sanko. Currently, if you come to the Western region, the #5 school in the Western region is now Dabuasi, clearly showing that the talents of our country does not only lie in the cities, but it lies everywhere, and people are only looking for opportunity to be able to be part of the progress of this country. As I speak to you right now, quality of education, because of that, people get admission at Infanstone, they decline it and come to Dabuasi. People get admission at Infantiman, they decline it, they come to Dabuasi. Clearly showing that the opportunity that the President is giving us with free education is key to developing this country and touching more lives than we've done in previous years. Mr. Speaker, others have also complained about the borrowing. Mr. Speaker, if people don't know, they should come to the countryside. If I talk about health infrastructure that we built in the Western region, from Bogoso Hospital, in Swayim Hospital, in Poho Hospital, Wasa Junka Hospital, and the Libo District Hospital, Mr. Speaker, people will know that we are not borrowing for nothing. We are borrowing to invest in the lives of the people of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that all the borrowing have been put to good use. Other people got borrowed money to invest in their cities. Now that other part of the country is now getting some of this borrowed money to invest, people are now complaining. If you come to Western region, we are building an interchange. The GMPC headquarters is being built. The double road from Sekendi to Takrady is being built. Mr. Speaker, I do believe that there's no way that we are throwing these monies away. And the President was clear in his mind when he said that we are not borrowing wrongly. If we come to Western region again, the railway lines are being built from Kojokrom to Manso to Insuta to Prisia Valley. And as we speak, we know that this year, if we are able to get things done right, we should be able to open the Insuta line, the standard gauge. And therefore, anybody telling us that it is not on, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the borrowing has been borrowed for a purpose, and we have to make sure that it comes to fruition so that we can all continue to support this country. Mr. Speaker, like I said earlier, this statement was a statement of hope and opportunities. Mr. Speaker, if we take page 16 of the report, paragraph 2, this is what the President said. 2021, Ghana total import bill was 13.7 billion. According to GRA and ICOS, on the evidence of existing local productive capacity, we have identified a list of 20 priority projects in the category of primary agricultural products, processed foods, and manufactured goods, where we can confidently enhance domestic production. Among these are rice, fish, poultry, fruit juice, sugar, tomatoes, vegetable oil palm, fertilizer, pharmaceutical, soaps, detergent, insulated wire, ceramic products, corrugated power, and power balls, ceramic clinker, and motor vehicles. Mr. Speaker, all this list is one of the greatest opportunities we've given to Ghanaians to tap into and be prosperous. And I believe that this message clearly will be sending a signal to the market that if we are able to get these things done on our own as private companies, as cooperatives, as individuals, we should be able to tap into the prosperity that these opportunities continue to create for us in the speech that the President gave to us. Mr. Speaker, I am clear in my mind that this is doable. Recently, I've had the Poultry Farmers Association from the Western region telling me that if they have the right platform, they can produce to match any goose competitively throughout the world. They are ready and they can do it. So it is clear that when they get this opportunity, and now that they've gotten this opportunity, this is the best time for them of being poultry farmers. And I know that it is doable. So, Mr. Speaker, when people continue to say that we have mismanaged, we are not getting things right, I believe that it is time that as a country we continue to believe in ourselves and continue to know that the opportunities that are available to us are also doable. Mr. Speaker, other people have said that the economy is on its knees. Other people want to deny the fact that COVID has been a major source of this crisis. What we are saying is that we didn't cause this crisis, and that is a fact. Mr. Speaker, we did not manufacture COVID in Ghana, and everybody is aware that COVID is a negative externality. We did not. And therefore, for people to behave as if that is the president and his ministers and his government that has caused COVID, and therefore do not accept it as a negative externality on our economy, I believe that is not the right way of thinking. Mr. Speaker, even the World Bank is clear, the IMF is clear, that the impact on our economy was created by COVID. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I remember vividly in 2020, 8 March, when the president was supposed to have visited me in Takoradi, when we launched the Ghana Gold Expo to talk about the gold reserves of this country. The president couldn't make it because COVID had hit Ghana. He had to return back to Accra and resolve the problems about COVID. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore very, very unfortunate that sometimes our friends on this side do not want to acknowledge this simple fact that Ghana did not manufacture COVID. COVID came from somewhere and that affected our economy. And therefore, I do believe that whatever the president said yesterday to us is the best way looking forward, is the best way to have hope, and is the best way to support the government to succeed. Mr. Speaker, in 2022, there was a survey done by the BBC. And 56% of the youth in this country believed in the way the government of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, backed by Dr. Bawumia, on the path that we have taken for the good of this country. So clearly, if people are naysayers, I want to let them be assured that the youth of this country believe that Ghana is on the right path, and they will therefore are willing and be supporting us. Mr. Speaker, if we take Morgan Stanley, recently, our urban recovery had moved from 41 billion
to 46, showing clearly the confidence they have in the Ghanaian economy, showing clearly the reason why they will continue to support. And as Deputy Minister said, we were able to raise a lot of treasury bills at the rate of 24% instead of the original 35%. Clearly, it shows that people believe in the economy and they believe that it is better to have 1% of a million than trying to get 0% of 20 billion. Mr. Speaker, clearly Ghanaians have confidence in us, the banks have confidence in us, the markets have confidence in us, and they will continue to invest in the economy of this country. So please, I believe that it is time that we keep hope alive. It is time that we believe in what the President has said. It is time that we support this government to succeed. Because if the government succeeds and the country succeeds, we as individuals will also be succeeding. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I would like to thank the President once again for looking at new areas in the economy, especially tourism, that the government wants to invest in this area. And I believe that Ghanaians should also be looking at this new area, which is economically and environmentally friendly. And I believe that we'll be able to host more of our people and continue to do what is right. Mr. Speaker, when one of the honorables was speaking from the other side,
Honorable, your time is up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you for cooperating with me. So let me take the last slot from Honorable Dr. Kwabla Donko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the President's sooner delivery. Mr. Speaker, nobody in his right sense would deny that COVID was a global phenomenon. All countries were affected by COVID. Particularly for developing countries, the impacts were real. We accept that. We are not in denial. However, Mr. Speaker, how come other countries were able to weather COVID better than we have done? The Botswana economy, the Kenyan economy, the Mauritian economy, other economies were far more resilient because the fundamentals were far more solid. This is the crux of the matter. Our side, we are not saying COVID did not exist, Mr. Speaker. We all agree that there was COVID. We all also agree that COVID has some impact. But how resilient was our economy? Did we manage the COVID situation as well as we could if we are the leaders of the continent in political management as we want to claim? That is the issue. Mr. Speaker, if you take a look at page 6 of His Excellency the President's speech, he said all households enjoyed free water. All households enjoyed free water during the period. Mr. Speaker, what is the penetration, the access rate of water across the country? Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, Sekondi, and a few urban areas do not constitute Ghana. For the period that we're talking about, there was no pipe-borne water in my constituency. Nowhere in my constituency did we have pipe-borne water. And we are being told that we all enjoy free water. Are we saying we all enjoy free water? Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether in your constituency, everybody in your constituency has pipe-borne water, and then or other crew. And then we are being told that we all enjoy.
Honorable member, you have to address me. You are not addressing them.
Mr. Speaker, and we are all being told we had free access to water. Mr. Speaker, speech writers for His Excellency the President should be more particular. Speech writers should be more particular. and do not put the president in a situation where his statements can be critiqued this way. We did not all have free access to water. I still had water in Yeji from my borehole, and which I don't pay. I sank the borehole. But Mr. Speaker, more importantly, the impact. In social science, we have this principle of means assessment. The people in airport residential area, the people in East Legon, in their big mansions, did they say they couldn't pay for water? Must the state subsidize them? Must the state subsidize them? And that is why we have means testing. I will not be against the state assisting people in critical situations such as this, but it should be those who cannot pay, not the rich, not the super rich who boast in the number of luxury cars they have, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, it is important that, again, that there was this huge discount on electricity. Mr. Speaker, where is means testing? The Honorable Minister, the current Minister for Energy, by all indications, can pay for electricity in his house. Why must he have enjoyed such a huge reduction? To the extent that today the exchequer is encumbered. Is encumbered because people who could have paid for, in a very populist approach, were given free water. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, as a people, we should develop methodologies. We should become more serious in the way we dish out freebies. Because there's no free lunch in the world. There's no free lunch anywhere. We have to pay. And today we are paying through the teeth. Indeed, in 2022, we were told that the so-called free water we enjoyed, the reduction, huge reduction in electricity bills, we now have to pay. Mr. Speaker, what sort of Kwekua Nancy arrangement is this? You tell us that it is free, and then you turn around in a year to say we should pay for it. So, Mr. Speaker, again, today we are being encouraged to clap for the economic management team. We have been encouraged to clap for the economic management team because they have a staff level, they've gotten the staff level agreement with the IMF. How low do we sink? Was it not this same team that had the Kenke party that were exiting the IMF program, and that today we should clap for them? Mr. Speaker, the least the EMT, the Economic Management Team, spearheaded by the Vice President and the Minister of Finance, the least they could have done was to apologize to the good people of Ghana for misleading us to believe that we were never going to go to the IMF. Our economy was resilient. We were a proud nation. What has happened to our pride? What has happened to our pride? The least they could have done was to apologize and the finance minister resigning for misleading this country. And I am proud to say that I was the first person to publicly call for the resignation of the finance minister. There must be some integrity in public life. There must be integrity in politics. Mr. Speaker, on page 11 of the speech, we were told that there's a suspension of external debt servicing. In that same paragraph, we are again being told that we are honoring all our coupon payments. How do you reconcile the two? You are honoring all your coupon payments. Do the coupon payments not include Eurobond and other external instruments? And yet, we are also being told there is suspension on settlement of these external debts, the service of such debts. Where is this contradiction coming from? Slow. And then you cannot reconcile again Ghana beyond aid.
to our begging rounds looking for debt forgiveness. Economies are not run on slogans. Economies are run on well thought out programs and projects, well thought out policies. The sloganeering does not run an economy. And unfortunately, this is what we have been subjected to. Today we are being told that we have survived COVID, we have survived 2021, 2022 without doing so. Yes, it's factual. We do not have load shedding today. But Mr. Speaker, why don't we have load shedding? Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Energy today will not go and sit in the office of the Group Managing Director of NNP, Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation, for 3 days begging gas to give Ghana a credit line because today we have domestic gas. The bulk of the fuel for our power plants today comes from domestic gas. Governments before this government worked tirelessly for us to have domestic gas. And so if we do not have doom so today, it is not because a super management team is in place, but it is because the biggest cause of load shedding in 2014, 2015, 2016 was supply of fuel. And because of that experience as a nation, we went towards securing domestic gas. We have so much gas today, Mr. Speaker, the minister is here, that over half the gas generated, unfortunately, is being reinjected. We are not even in a position to give the correct economic indicators for the gas to be utilized in our industrial, in other industrial areas. We are re-injecting. We must give credit to the government that worked on this, Mr. Speaker. So, to His Excellency the President, yes, we do not have done so today, but we do not have done so because people before him worked to correct that. Mr. Speaker, I am also surprised that we cannot develop a clear leadership when we say that we spend so much in 2021, we spend so much on importation of goods. What is it that we have done? What is, apart from Ghanaian in one district, one factory, however, no factory has been established in Blue East. Has been established in, what have we done to really cut our dependence on imports? What is it that we have done as a people? What is it we have done as a people to cut imports? We haven't done much. We have painted existing factories. We've done some expansion of some few factories, and we are all over town for that. I just hope the new Minister for Trade and Industry, if and when he takes office, will avert his mind to the low industrial productivity that we have in this country. Mr. Speaker, I also saw, I read that we have the highest drone utilization capacity in the world. Mr. Speaker, I said, wow, Ghana has the highest drone utilization capacity in the world. Why do we need drones? No. Apart from warfare, why do we need drones? We need drones because our areas are inaccessible. You only need a drone where a road cannot go. So why do you need drones? Because you cannot, if you can access the area going by road, and the Minister for Highways is here, will be cheaper. Will be cheaper.
Member, your time is up.
To conclude, Mr. Speaker, we cannot boast of drones to deliver medication when the real issue is that we should have first-class roads to those areas for us to deliver those medications at a cheaper and cost-effective cost. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, the time is 3:30. We are suspending for 30 minutes. We'll come back at 4 o'clock. We'll come and take questions from the Minister for Health as well as the Minister for Energy. So, onus of questions. Please don't
So, honorable members, the House is hereby suspended for 30 minutes.
Has Ghana done enough? Is the country where it is supposed to be? Or do you think there's more room for improvement? Now, do you blame the government or the people for the many stagnations that others think? Let's join some Ghanaians to find out answers to this question.
I have my own thoughts though, but I think we should chalk a lot of success in infrastructure, a lot of success in healthcare, a lot of success in education as well. And we should empower our youth a lot. But we are at a crossroads now, and I think we have to really sit down and think about the future. Okay, if you don't do that, the future is very bleak, and therefore I think that since we are 66, our leaders will sit up and consider the youth and our future as well. I don't think we have done enough for the 66 years. Okay, I don't think we have done enough, but the future is so bright. If we have forward-thinking leaders to lead us, we will definitely be up there. I personally hold a view that we don't have to depend solely on the government. The individuals as well should play their role. They should do their bits and pieces so that we can move the country well. It's not always about the government. The central government can't do everything. Do you brighten the corner where you are? Do you drink sachet water and drop it wherever you are? Because these are the little habits that gives us what? Improved the country, okay? So I don't want to blame the government, but we should all put our shoulders to the wheel so that we can move the country forward.
I schooled in Tema, and years back, when I came here today, I saw that it's just the same. At least I should have seen some improvements on this stadium particularly, because it's been years that we have been on this stadium and things are just the same. So even with this one alone, I think there should be an improvement. Coming here for this year's independence has been so good. It's always in Accra, but today it's been in Accra, Tema here. It's also very good. But then the stadium should be in a good position or a good stand, at least a standard that can fit to this programs like this. Well, I won't shoot the blame to anyone. We all have a part to play. So I think those in charge of this place should see to it to do what they are supposed to do. We all have a part to play to see that the country moves on.
So far, I think it's been successful. I'm looking at the turnout, I'm sure it's been impressive compared to the previous years that we only host it within the Tema metropolis. This year it's been for the whole region, and I think the students and the security services did their best to make it a success. I think we've done our best to be here, and I think there's a lot more that we can do to move forward. So, looking at our economic status now, I wouldn't say it's the best. I think there are a lot more people in the politics can do to make it a better place. I think the blame can be shared by all of us. We, the citizens, have our part to play, the politicians have their part, everybody in authority has their part. If we are all doing what we are supposed to do, I don't think we find ourselves. There is no particular one person to do.
The
parade was very interesting. The security men and women have done their best, but most importantly, the school children, they put up a very wonderful performance, and all of us are very much excited with the cadets and then with the school children. It was quite interesting.
So Ghana is 66. Do you think we are where we are supposed to be after 66 years of independence?
Yes, we are still growing. Ghana is 66 years old. Under normal circumstances, we should be on retirement by now. But I would say Ghana has not gotten there yet. But we are still developing, we are still growing. We are praying that our leaders will put in the right structures, to do the right thing, so that Ghana will also grow to the standard that all of us are expecting.
What I would say, yes, gradually we are moving to where we are supposed to be. Gradually, it's not easy anyway because of the economy and things that are happening elsewhere. War here and there, tearing our development down anyway. But we are heading towards a goal, and I believe with God we shall get there. Yes, because they have to be committed. They have to help the government grow, and then some of them are selfish. They want to do things on their own instead of helping the community. That's what I can see. But the government can also be blamed somehow, because they are also only looking at the basic school. The private school are a little bit neglected, you know. But we are, I think in the near future, we'll come together.
Well, where we are, we just need to stand up for the task. We have to work because population is increasing, so we need to do more so that we'll be able to do what? We'll raise it to a standard that we all want to be in it.
At this time, 66 years, we shouldn't be like this, at least, because now you can see some things that is going on, and when you realize that it's 66 years, I don't think in your heart you feel like it should happen like this. Yeah, because we have so many challenges. 66 years, I mean, like, we improve more than this. Yes, because we can go to some communities, there's no potable water and other school facilities, you understand? So we need more, progress. For this problem, I can blame the government, and I'll give some to we the citizens.
How would you blame the government?
Yeah, because the government, they are ruling. They are the leaders, and they have to, set the space for we citizens to follow.
Some blame the government, others also blame the people for the stagnation the country is experiencing after 66 years of independence. Who do you also blame? Let us know in the comment section. My name is Abigail Johnson Boache, reporting for GhanaWeb.
Mr. Speaker, when we make an assessment of what the state of the nation is, it would necessarily have to include what state it was in yesterday, the state it is in today, and what state it will be tomorrow, based on reasonable grounds of expectations. How far back should we be looking to make a judgment on the state of affairs today? Mr. Speaker, I believe that the issue above all that is quite properly dominating the concerns of all Ghanaians is the gravity of the economic situation of our country and how we can quickly stabilize the economy and work our way back to the period of rapid economic growth. Our currency has been buffeted, our inflation rate has been very high, and for the first time in our lives, debt exchanges have become the language of everyday conversation.
Mommy,
You first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar coffee, download to Lemonade Finance.
Otumba, your candidate has won. I mean, Tinubu is managed, we call him the landlord of Lagos, managed to win. But first of all, he lost in Lagos, where he is proclaimed to be the landlord, lost to Obi in Lagos. And secondly, if you combine the vote of the two opposition parties, they had more than the winner, which is Tinubu. Does that mean that more Nigerians do not want his candidature?
Thank you for having me again. Tinubu came into politics in 1991. He won Lagos West senatorial seat in 1992. He fought the military when they annulled the 1993 election won by MKO Abiola. He was detained. The house was burnt. He went to exile. He continued with Nadeko fighting them. In 1998, when we're done with the military rules, when we are going to the Fourth Republic, he has to return back. He wanted to go back to Senate. But the leaders of the Southwest said, no, you have done enough to regain this democracy. Come and manage Lagos State. He won in 1999, sorry. He won the election again in 2003, when the rest of the Southwest governors lost. Obasanjo rigged them out. When he was leaving, he brought somebody, his predecessor, which is Babatunde Fashola, the current Minister of Work and Housing today. He won. They won again in 2011. He won in 2019. Look at the number of, he won in 2015, he won in 2019. So why this year story is different?
Yes.
If Obi is so good,
yeah,
he won election in 2006. He won in 2006, right? He finished in 2010. He won another one in 2010, right? When he was going in 2014, he brought Obiano. But he has brought two people. He has supported PDP candidate in the 2018. He lost. He supported PDP candidate in 2022. He lost. So does that mean he is not good enough for the people of Anambra? But haven't I said that? Lagos is cosmopolitan state. So, and we should be able to understand that what happened in Lagos will surely happen. People don't understand the policy of the scarcity of Naira. A lot of people were affected, and they took their anger to the poll. So we expected that. But haven't I said that? The policy was not well implemented. But Mr. President needs to make a statement and do something with that. But he knows that we have to pay price for the scarcity of Naira, because we felt the effect of scarcity of Naira during the election. It is the first time we've never experienced vote buying. That should have been the music of the opposition today, that they have used the Nigerian money to buy vote for the party.
Okay.
And when there was no vote buying, I couldn't see one. I'm still expecting people to send me video that this is where they are buying votes, because there was no Naira. And that was the intention of Mr. President. And I give glories to God that at least it affected us, but we have achieved something with it. What I don't understand about that, the question I was asking is, are we going to change Naira again in next 4 years?
Mm-hmm.
So, but by then, I think we must have found a policy or how to eradicate vote buying. That one is number one. There was nothing like overvoting. That's the good job of introduction of beavers. Nobody's talking about that.
Are you sure nobody's talking about that?
Nobody's talking about overvoting. What they are talking about is, they said they intimidated them. They didn't allow people to vote. Nobody's accusing of overvoting because the beavers. And if the overvotings happens, everybody are going to court now. The beavers, we expose them in court because we have seen that in the last Osun State election that is in tribunal now. When the APC accused the PDP that won that they did overvoting, at the end of the day, when we got to tribunal, we could see that both of them did overvoting when they brought the beavers out. That's the same thing that will happen. The Labour will be able to explain how they got 93, 94% in Southeast when it never happened in any other region in Nigeria. So everybody should be going there. When you go there, the APC as well will take their case in, and they will also take them. But what I'm saying is, I've not seen any of the PDP or Labour to state areas that they've rigged them.
Okay.
If you are claiming that they've rigged you, you should be able to put down the evidence. That is when you are behaving as a patriotic citizen. When you are putting information out without evidence, I think you are causing so much harm to your country and to the institution like INEC. When he was talking, he was making some unaccepted statements towards INEC, and that's very, very unfair. If Obi had won, I'm not sure he would have made those statements against the institution. And we need to be very careful. What we are saying today, other countries will use it against us tomorrow. And that is why we have to be very careful. The beavers, people are not talking about it. Once you go, during election day, when you go, you have to go for accreditation and go back home. Maybe after 1 hour, you have to come back. The beavers has helped. It makes the process to be very speedy. You just do your accreditation and straight up you vote. And that's what, even with the scarcity of money, it affected the logistic of the INEC. Okay. And a few weeks to the election, the INEC chairman went to meet the CBN governor that, look, this issue of scarcity, they need money, they need to sort out logistic. But the Labour Party, Excellency Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar, they were the ones supporting the scarcity of money, that we are complaining because we want to use the money to buy vote. Okay. And at the end of the day, they were the ones saying that the logistic did not arrive early. How did you want the logistic to arrive early when there is no money to pay? Okay. So we need to be sincere with ourselves. So what I'm waiting for people now, when people are saying election is not credible, what are your definitions? Where are your facts? The definition of when elections are not credible, bring out areas that we have crisis. We agree that we have crisis. Everything, we don't expect everywhere to be perfect. Even America, over 200 years democracy, they have crisis. We experienced it in 2020. Okay. So if we have crisis, bring the list of area. I want to learn from people, because this democracy is not something that it will be perfect overnight. It's a process. Yeah. And as we are moving, we'll be learning. If you said we have crisis, do we have crisis in 100 polling units?
I'm sure they'll provide all of that.
Even people that we are communicating with now, they should tell us. They should tell us if we are communicating in a sitting, in a discussion like this. They should be able to state it. We have a 606 polling units. 606 polling units.
Would Obi take solace in the fact that relatively he's young, relatively, even at 61, he has an opportunity to come back in 4 years to compete again? He would have learned his lessons. He would have had enough time to reach out to the people and the Nigerian people to vote for him.
All right, thank you very much. Before I come back to you as well, let me use the opportunity to thank all the Nigerians who have voted for Labour Party and Obedient. And I'm also thanking Ghanaians who have prayed for us. Keep on receiving your calls and text messages encouraging us. And I can tell you that the Nigerian people have done it again. They have set the pace for every African country to pick, irrespective of what the outcome may be for now. The young people and the old people went out and voted for a new Nigeria that they expect to have. Whatever happens is a history, but let me tell you, there's no solace to be taken for anything. Nobody cares whether Obi becomes president or not. That is not our business. His Excellency Peter Obi, I'm not sure he wish or that is hard desire to become president of Nigeria. What will happen, if I will explain to you, is that his lifestyle have shown that this is what we need in a leader. Leadership must be moderate, must be honesty, his integrity life must be shown by the way he does things. He shouldn't be somebody who wastes, and he should have the people at heart. That is what Obi have done as a private businessman. Obi joined political ranks at a very old age. He's the chairman of a bank. He bought the highest share of a bank in Nigeria through his trading activities. He's not somebody who goes to government house to look for contract to supply and get change figures. So, based on that line of action or the lifestyle base, when they forced him to run as a politician and convinced him and he agreed, by him saying what his antecedents have been, people now, buy into that. And that is how Obedient was born. Before Obedient, we used to have what we call articulated. That was Atiku Abubakar.
Okay.
And the PDP was ruling. But you see, the problem and difference between articulated and Obedient is that Atiku had been in the government, and this government have not said well about him. In fact, there's a lot of corruption allegation on him that is on the social media, even to the extent that his principal or his boss was able to say that this man have consumed a lot of Nigerian money. He could not attract the young people.
Okay.
Though he did well by attracting politicians who wanted to go maybe left from the right. But Obi case attract the young people because he was able to tell them that this is what I'm going to do. And you will know a man by what he says, know him well by what he do, and you know him very well by what he gave. Obi said something that they have done. When he became the governor of the state, I have said before, he changed a lot of things. Many people who did not know Anambra State, which is a state, a region like you call in Ghana, Anambra is like Ashanti. In a lot of things, they resemble. They have a lot of rich men. They have a lot of power brokers. You can never be a governor of Anambra State and perform well. It is impossible before me. It is impossible. You can never.
Why is that?
The reason is that everything is being hijacked by the people. They are rich. In fact, it will be very difficult for you to see somebody as a politician that will come and stand for election and is one of the top richest. No. Those guys are there like they are there, they relax. And when you come, they will tell you what to do. Okay. So, and one of the policies Obi brought out to tackle them is this fact that when you call, this is Chief Aggregate Bowan, I would like to see you, His Excellency. I say, okay, sir, please, what time do you give me? I will come to your house. Obi says he don't want to buy them champagne because these people will not drink anything less than champagne.
Okay.
So you have to agree to visit you. Don't come to the government house.
So the government will buy you champagne.
So the government will not buy the champagne. You have the money, so you buy the champagne. Let's drink. And the Obi is not ready to take the champagne.
Okay.
So if you give him water, he drinks and move away. So whatever you want to tell him, you tell him. He sustained the tempo of the Anambra and make the place work out again. The road network became the best in Nigeria. He was able to win a lot of all these million challenge goals. The standard that's set by international communities. He reduced the poverty level. He reduced the employment level of the state, and the state was able to move forward. Those testimonies is what the young people heard, and they said, this man have to come and replicate what he have done in Anambra in Nigeria.
So he has another opportunity to, assuming that he doesn't succeed with this petition.
We cannot continue with this, and let me just tell you, for the fact that you are supporting a vote today, because it favors you, be careful, because next time it may not favor you. We want to stop illegality in Nigeria, and we're going to stop it. And it's people that will do that. When the election was about to commence, I said this election 2023 is going to be a fight between Nigerians and the politicians. And I hope and pray that Nigerians will win. Many people say amen to that, people do not say amen. But then let me explain what I mean by that. the politician, who is a politician in Nigeria? A politician in Nigeria is, most of them are jobless individual who doesn't have any work. You see them spending above their incomes. Can you believe that a member, not a member, a leader of the parliament sent out, I think he was even holding gun himself, but they burned opposition parties' office and killed 3 people. They're still in police custody as we speak now. These politicians do not believe anything good for Nigerians. The only thing they care about is themselves. They can flew, when the election was about to come, there's some people who call themselves G5 governors. Can you imagine, my brother, they flew from here to Europe and spend days and come back again and dance and go and get back again, private and come back again. They were doing this and I said Nigeria is a patient place. It's already in this neck. We can't continue this way. And if you to keep quiet and and allow this thing to happen, I would be surprised. Because what? You see, we're already dead, we're not living. There's nobody telling you that he's living in Nigeria. Otumba is here, he can tell you where the running water in Lagos, which is a big city. Every water that runs is a borehole in every house.
In Lagos?
Yes! If there is, maybe in a few, look, I'm not sure it can come up to 2 local governments. That's the bad as it is. They said they're talking about we are exposing Nigeria. I'm going to expose them more. They're not doing well. Why should I keep quiet? I've been enjoying in Ghana for more than almost 30 years now, and my people are suffering. I'm comfortable here. I have more house in Ghana than what I have in Nigeria. But I can't keep quiet. My house is even hot, even when there's air condition in. The food I eat have become sour in my mouth because my people are suffering. And I can't continue like this. We have the resources. It's only the management. We see the manager. Why are you forcing him out? The Nigerian people voted for me. He had more vote than anybody. In Rivers, the Governor Wike destroyed all the results. In Lagos, they destroyed the Agboros, did everything to suppress people. We are chasing some people that are sure they will vote for Labour Party. The issue is this. We need support of international community. And their support is that they should talk to the old man to go and rest. Tinubu did not win this election that announced him. Some of the irregularities in this election is laughable. Some people are telling that the election of 2019 are being used for 2023. And some people were saying, I think we see where I think Bauchi and Gombe was having the same scorecard. 133 for APC, 133 for PDP, with this whatever thing. The same thing, is that election. We find out that the election result of state was written on 20th on computer. It shows. But the INEC official will tell you that they are not receiving the electronic, they received the documents, the hard copy. Yeah. So it was on 26th they received or 27th. But it shows in all the screen that this thing was prepared on 20th February.
Okay.
You see, the high level of irregularity on this, don't talk about the server that was shut down. The INEC intentionally shut their server down on the election day, which you have told everybody that when you are voting, you vote. Your vote will transfer or transmit or transfer whatever, because we're looking for word name to, deceive somebody. They said we didn't say transmit, we didn't say transfer. But okay, let me use the word everybody knows. Send. Should be sent from the polling unit to the server. That was not done. At least that enough would have cancelled this election.
Okay.
And we are calling for cancellation of the election whoever is famous, whichever way. Let us go back and do the right thing.
Okay.